My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
8GNP 251, 5AAJ 233, 4WKD 243, 8CIB 401, 8GJX 615, 57607. That's vehicle 3276. That's the numbers and block lettering on the American Medical Response. That's criminal summoning. 8ZVK 351. And their American Medical Response is on traffic cameras crossing path under the fake sun, creating light activity and amplified audible activity, stalking, and that's called criminal summoning with the people of the state at 8:23 a.m. 5DBD 366. Stanley Steamer is monitoring. License 94337W1, vehicle 2936. License 6SKN 225, I believe. Let me see that one. The City of Ontario, of course, 147655, substantially similar. I'm missing a character. That's the City of Ontario. D, it's towing. 6PNU 947. And it's 8:24 a.m. What American Medical Response just did, this is sounding sirens as I'm walking, as I'm leaving the property of the museum. This is the same thing the entity does via aircraft flying over as I am leaving the property of the museum. It's stalking with activity. It's a facilitation while these demons are monitoring systematically in traffic. It's activity creation. 7AUJ751, 8UAJ501, 8HSN434, I believe. Can't really see it though. License. You can scratch that last one. I couldn't see the last character. 8MGV319, 42172G1, 6ZIM249, 74981D2, 78046L2. Touching with directed light with that demon that's turning around the corner at 150 East Holt. License 25615L2. That's WCA. That's the logo on the side of this on that large truck. License 7Y61259, 6N25301, 5MYC414, 4HRV636. Those are all demons. They're under the fake sun, which is over 150 East Holt, and directed light is spanning across the asphalt as they're driving underneath. This is demonic activity. They're demons. And they're all stalking together. License 74918D2, in case I didn't read that one. West Coast Arborists Incorporated, that's what WCA stands for. InterSys, license 81323G3, 6NSF768, 8JDN259, 6B31001, 6YTP488, 5MTB378, 5FKN492, 7KFY411. It's 8:25 a.m. Omnitrans monitoring, they've been loitering at Lemon and Hall. They were engaged in the pattern of conduct as well. Bus 1332, license 1404990, that's Route 61. And it looks a lot like driver number 3233 that was driving Route 66 yesterday, 34720L2. Looks like the African American. She has a short hair back in a bun. That's who it looks like. But again, that is the bus identification of that bus and that license plate. It's 8:26 a.m. License 8TQU655. 055RT, that's handicapped. CB58N06, paper. Queen Street, stalking in the path, using that vehicle's light activity, going southbound on Euclid Avenue right now at 8:27 a.m. And so is the City of Ontario in the parking lot behind the Verizon nightclub, the Bravo store, the Zolo's Birriera, there's a parking lot area. City of Ontario using that's a demon using that truck as light activity. Queen Street, City of Ontario are pacing. They're going in opposite directions, surrounding the perimeter with light activity. It's flashing light on those vehicles. It's demonic. It's 8:27 a.m. Union Pacific. That's a train that's in operation right now. It's amplification 8UL. I can't really see that one. 8UL7221. 4EOW947, CB67F91 paper, 6ZZH507, 8NHP395, 8XQM 869, 8C60538, 5PLU614. Coach U.S.A. crossing path. Vehicle 12843 going westbound on Hull Boulevard right now, and that's the number above the door of that coach. The number I'm looking at, it's on the passenger side above the door. It's 8:28 a.m. That's amplification of audible activity. It's totally separate from the train that's in motion on the train tracks. It sounds as though it's coming from the T-Mobile building. That's called amplification. This is entirely demonic. They're a bunch of demons, which you know by directed light and the fake sun, but just want to let you know. This is the activity of Satan that's surrounding, and it's criminal. That's what's relevant about that. All right, Southwest Airlines. Just like it was yesterday, concentrating their flight right over where I am, migrating where I am. And that is at the intersection of Hull and Euclid, right over this corner where I'm standing, which is where the fake sun is well, which is where demons are concentrating directed light. 79362Z1. License 7MMD834. 6PNF890. I captured an image of stalking by commercial airline plane. That is the entity acting via Southwest Airlines at 8:29 a.m. HZC277 2713YK out of state, 7SMM488, 8RGM671, 7AKS625, 4ZJM502, 7FQJ914, OHAN, I can't really see that one, BLD9889, 73644B3. No air freight, that's that truck. 5TYX174, 8LJG394. CA0892K3, I believe. That's a back license plate. That one had a paper plate on the front and a license plate on the back. Okay, showing you in an image, this is where the fake sun is, and you see the Latina female that immediately is arriving out of in relevant position, 5MJL894, 6VXU594. That's a demon. All right, she is hurrying up to get in the path. She's stalking in relevant positioning. This is the conduct of moving around me, and also moving around me in this engineered light as I do anything. And what did I do? I moved a couple steps to show you what is the fake sun, where Southwest Airlines is flying directly over me. This minion walks to the trash can, which is her crossing of path conduct, and does so immediately as I begin motion. This is a demon stalking with activity. These are demons that are surrounding. I'm just speaking to the ongoing demonic conduct and your ability to identify that in that environment as well. It's both the environment and their conduct, which is speaking to that criminal conduct. And it's 8:32 a.m. And that is indeed the fake sun that is over here while that demon is stalking with activity. 8XTT358. And it's currently 8:32 a.m. Omnitrans Route 83 is at the stoplight. They are already monitoring a relevant position, and they are part of the same pattern of conduct. While you saw the demons of Durham engaging in what is directed light, and pay attention to what you saw, they were already driving in directed light. When they drive in the directed light right by me and then enter into shade, moreover, that's when that demon manifests light, because that's not even sunlight. But pay attention, because they were already driving in light. Did you see that light activity before? No. They're demons stalking in the path. That very conduct is criminal, and it will be the prosecution for terrorism. And Omnitrans is a part of that same P.O.C, by the way. 5CUT998, 5PYP 463, 7PFU931, 6SUU946, 6XJS 190. This is P.O.C. 7JEG 830, 7DEH 550, 8SVN 386, license 2AB 3479, 9ACB 035. And again, the still image that I'm capturing while I'm at this bus stop for Route 83/87 where I was yesterday. 5KDL 915, 7U HW 219, I believe. This is speaking to what is the ongoing P.O.C. While American Medical Response is stalking, 7VCC 156 engaging in criminal summoning. This is the pattern of conduct. It's criminal summoning while that demon is creating light and audible activity to facilitate a criminal system with knowledge of exactly who I am, where I am, and what I'm doing. This is a demon that's acting via nothing other than a brand that you would identify as the state acts directly, and that is American Medical Response. And the fake sun is remaining over me in motion, and this is an impossibility. Again, my documentation where I remain at the museum at 9:48 a.m., 9:49 a.m., I captured this documentation. The documentation that I've already shown where I've left the museum at 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, that will be relevant to what is daylight savings time still, while we are now currently in daylight savings time. The entity is stalking with the fake sun. That's exactly what American Medical Response is doing. Or I'm showing you where the location of the fake sun is, as Southwest Airlines, for example, is hovering over me, specific to the intersection where I am, which is crossing path in the environment, facilitating that environment. The same conduct with the demons that are pacing around with flashing lights in their vehicles. This is the pattern of conduct. And it is occurring in that specific environment while the fake sun is cozy in between those two buildings, 8CNZ478, those two buildings being at the intersection at that halt in Euclid Avenue. Remember May 4th, 2022, where after leaving the Ovid Family Community Library, this is criminal summoning that venue engaged in, and I'm there in the morning. I go to Mercy House. I walk up Holt Boulevard. You're talking about at the end of the day, and I go to Upland Public Library. That documentation is still bearing upon what is a fake sun, and daylight savings time is speaking to what is an additional hour relevant to what I'm documenting while the state is keeping a fake sun over me in Fontana, by the way. It's all ongoing P.O.C. And what the big picture of my point is, what I'm showing you with regard to the light source that's over me, it is the fake sun indeed. This is the ongoing documentation, which is consistent, while the light source remains over me, where I am standing and documenting the methods of stalking by an entity, by planes, by trains, by law enforcement as well. 6SUU946, the Ontario Police Department crossing path with Omnitrans bus number 1268 that I'm on right now. License 3483, I can't really see that one. While I'm at the bus stop and approaching, this bus is approaching to the bus stop, Ontario Police are going north on Euclid Avenue, and then on traffic cameras you'll see them drive west onto Hope Boulevard. And this is occurring under this specific environment. The fake sun is right over me, which is what I'm capturing. And again, that's an ongoing impossibility. The light source is moving as I move, and this is the case as I showed you on video yesterday. It's currently 8:39 a.m. and the fake sun is not only based on documentation that I've already shown you, but just as of late, 48 hours ago, when I'm in Pomona, if it's between the building stationary where I'm at the bus stop, that is not the sun, and it's also not the sun as I documented when I was en route to not Fontana, but specifically to Pomona in the morning. 41872E3, that is G3 quality at the 10 freeway, where the fake sun is not already present, which would have been the case, as I documented, by the way, being here before It's 8:40 in the morning. This is daylight savings time. My documentation showing that I had already walked north of Euclid Avenue. Fake sun remained over me the entire time, and I stood here before this minute right now, already present, documenting the demons that are the people of the state group stalking at this freeway entrance, where the fake sun is remaining in alignment over me as I arrive on the bus. CB71S42 paper, and I'm also speaking to what is illustrating the criminal conduct that I documented in Pomona, while that fake sun isn't going in an entirely opposite direction. Opposite meaning remaining over me west, over my window, while I'm showing you that on video. License 6BDW010, 6H49347, 8NCC580, 8NRW892, 8 U.S.D. 090, 2887 3U2. This is Security Paving and Herc Rentals, and also G3. This is at the, these are minions that are just wearing hard hats, engaging in state surveillance, engaging in demonic activity. And they're doing it under the fake sun. And when they were at the freeway entrance, the fake sun was over me while I was going westbound on Hope Boulevard into Montclair and into Pomona. All right, that's the identification of the P.O.C. 7JEG830. It's 8:41 a.m. 7F78939, 6DZP427, 7BYK565, 8VJJ846, 11060W1, 6RKG074, I'm sorry, 7RKG074, DO53CO. Currently 8:42 a.m. 7U, I read that one already. License 7AKA187, showing what is the light source that remains over me. Indeed, with regard to my direction, the route that I'm on, this is Route 83 going northbound up on Euclid Avenue into the city of Upland from Ontario. And again, as I showed you yesterday, that's an impossibility, while at the same time I'm on the bus 48 hours ago, already left. You're talking about what's at 8:30 a.m. I'm capturing this on video at 8:36 a.m. I'm showing you what is the fake sun that is remaining in alignment with me over me, which I'm showing you through the window of the bus, which I would never be able to capture while I'm facing south on that bus sitting on the driver's side, and I'm showing you the fake sun that's moving in alignment with me. Moving in alignment in real time as the bus is going west on Hope Boulevard into Pomona, 8GDR875. I'm on this same route 83 today, 8FOU468, and capturing video of what is the fake sun that is moving over the properties up North Euclid Avenue as I'm on the street on the bus, 8TDP770. And not only is that an impossibility with regard to my presence on the bus for Route 61 going to Pomona, it's an impossibility with regard to what I've already documented, for example, as I isolate the P.O.C. to Upland. That's the same properties where the entity is keeping the fake sun at the end of the day. 8YWF391, in case I didn't read that one. At the end of the day, meaning what I documented, for example, February 4th, 2022, remains relevant documentation. You're talking about what is the inclusion now of daylight savings time. It is still the impossibility that at the end of the day, and that's when I arrived at Upland Public Library, you're talking about after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which would be during daylight savings time, after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, where the entity is keeping that fake sun over me as I went from Ovid Family Community Library to Mercy House, and then to the bus stop at Euclid and Bonneview, at Holt and Bonneview, and arriving to that same intersection where I got on the bus right now in the morning, and the fake sun was over me. That's an impossibility. While based on what I'm doing, because this is what a stalker does, based on what I'm doing and where I'm at, now the entity is keeping the fake sun, which is an ongoing pattern. It's not new, but I'm saying it's an impossibility when you're witnessing what is a light source that remains over me and relative to what is the same street at both the end of the day and toward the end of the day. The entity is engaging in stalking with the fake sun. That is the P.O.C. And that is the same bus stop where I arrived on February 4th, 2022, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is documentation that I've already published. I'm sorry? This is the end of the line? At Uptown and Country is the end of the line. I understand that. I didn't have a question. You were telling me that this is the end of the line?
Okay, this is the end of the line. If you're going back, you need to show me your card or whatever you gotta put in.
This is, I didn't, oh, well, that's not a problem, but I don't recognize this as the end of the line. The end of the line is the, here you go. Huh?
This is Foothill.
Yeah.
So it's this going up's end of the line. Then I turn around and go back.
I understand the route. I just didn't recognize this as, you need to show, I need to show you my pass again.
You're good.
Is that the policy? Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
okay.
at the end of the line, everybody gets off.
Uh-huh.
And then if you need to go back, because we went all the way up, so I don't know.
You know where I got on? I got on Euclid and Holt.
Right.
This is P.O.C, by the way, what you're listening to. But this is a bus stop on Euclid Avenue. This bus happens, the route for this bus, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, happens to make a U-turn and go back down the same street. But the end of the line, I understand to be at the actual transit stops. Am I correct?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because going up, this is my time point. I don't leave here till 52 after.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I saw you yesterday. I documented that. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I gotta sit here, so this is my end of the line, and then I go back.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Here's, I guess if you need to see it again. Okay. Thank you. This is P.O.C. and ongoing flashing with directed light while I'm talking to her about that. She's monitoring me. But I do want to clarify with regard to what this terminology, end of the line. Anyway, the entity keeping the fake sun over me, as I documented on February 4th, 2022. The entity kept that light source over me on that same street where I got on the bus right now in the morning. At 8:30 in the morning, that's where the light source was directly over me at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And that daylight savings time, that was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, and I arrived to that same venue where I'm showing you in video. The fake sun is rolling over that Upland Public Library where the state keeps that stationary over that roof and through those windows of that library into the evening. Okay, that's speaking to all manner of what is that showing the P.O.C. All right, and that's the pattern of conduct. Also, while I am not at Upland Public Library, and the entity is engaging in a pattern of keeping the fake sun at whatever library or whatever venue, in other words, that I happen to be at. If that's at a hotel, the fake sun is setting there, rising there. The entity is keeping the fake sun. Again, while I'm at Mercy House before quote-unquote sunrise, that's where the entity rose a fake sun and kept it there until after 1:36 p.m. All right, so this is the pattern of stalking with a light source, and it's entirely demonic. And everything that you're listening to right now with regard to this bus driver, this is employee, by the way, 2229, who has engaged in what is the conduct of the perpetual sex offense while hostile to being documented, and is monitoring me now while you're listening to me exchange with her about the my understanding with regard to the phrase end of the line. 8J59124, I want to be clear. It is P.O.C. and the fake sun remains over the bus. And remember, as I got off yesterday, the fake sun is over me as I am at this Bank of America parking lot. Those demons are engaged in surveillance. They're sitting in their vehicles. They are stalking. All I am doing is, as I'm documenting, and I'm showing you what is stalking conduct. They know exactly where I'm at. They're present for purposes of crossing path. Were I, in other words, to just continue walking on the sidewalk up to Foothill Boulevard, for example, wherever it is that I'm going to go, they are in relevant positions, sitting in their vehicles in that parking lot under that fake sun and surrounded with that directed light monitoring with communication devices. I am documenting it, so I'm showing you what are stalkers. I'm showing you what is the maintenance of presence all around. And I'm also showing you what is the harassment by those demons while they are being documented. The conduct of delusional psychopaths, okay? You're mad because you're being documented. Hell yeah, you're going to be documented. And you are out of your mind. And everything that they do with regards to that, it's showing you what is the threat that the demon-possessed population pose. Their entire system is being interrupted, and they are going to be prosecuted for the demented conduct that they're engaging in, which is in violation of your constitutional and human rights. You're out of their flipping minds. These minions sitting in that parking lot of the Euclid Chiropractor's office looking like they're annoyed while you are stalking, okay? You are stalking. You're there to monitor someone else, and you're doing it with everything about that P.O.C. Doing it with those under the age of majority, molesting and terrorizing with directed light, including that which is sexually violent and terrorism with those under the age of majority, looking like you're annoyed on your face while you are stalking. You're here in the parking lot to monitor me. All right, that's the absurdity of what the demon possessed engage in. Absurdity. It's 8:51 a.m. 6 UED 519, 6Y 82737. 6WZD 916, I believe. Or you could scratch that. 6PQB 864. 7RBL 094. It's 8:51 a.m. KWN 430 8YHU 161. RAS 266. The same allure image where I'm showing you the fake sun is remaining in the window of the bus, and the bus is going northbound, passing over that same allure image while we are driving now southbound on Euclid Avenue. That is stalking with a fake sun. And again, this is employee 2229. Passing what is Euclid Avenue and Stowell. License 7LCE 049, 70 U.S. 282. 7XDK376. She's in operation of her communication device while she's stalking in the path. Appears to be a Latina female. She's studying her phone while she's stalking under the fake sun next to the bus. Passing right by the same 10 freeway. Fake sun over them as well. Again, that's Herc Rentals, demons flashing with light, security paving, demons flashing with light, all their pickup trucks. I can't see that license plate. This is P.O.C. 8LMW. I can't see that one. 6RAS 266. 5YHM 699. City of Ontario and the Meridian. See, license 1592078. Demons just stalking in the middle of the street, filling with light activity. That's all security paving. G3 and Herc Rentals are doing their demon stalking in the path of light surrounding that entrance, which is filled with a bunch of the people of the state patrolling all around an engineer light under a fake sun. It's P.O.C. headquarters right there at that bridge entrance. License 4SE5470. That's a large truck. Currently 8:55 a.m. at what is 5th Street and Euclid Avenue. W8VU 844. 6GNT 502. Showing you what is the fake sun moving over the venues on G Street in the city of Ontario. It's not over me and over any property in the city of Pomona. And that is what I show in video at 8:56 a.m. I remind you about that time where I'm in Pomona at 8:56 a.m. documenting the minions of the Pomona Police Department under the fake sun that is directly over the property. It is not over El Pescador on G Street as I'm on Euclid Avenue in Ontario on the bus sitting on the driver's side facing east while doing so. 8WVU 844 is stalking in the path while I'm capturing that video as well. That is the ongoing impossibility with regard to this being the sun, and it's another illustration of that same revelation with regard to a specific environment where the demon possessed surround, and they're engaging in what is stalking you together, engaging in what is criminal surveillance while they're stalking. It's 8:58 a.m. and I just captured that video right now. And the light source remains over me going southbound on Euclid Avenue back into the city of Ontario, not remaining in the city of Upland where I am yesterday, and not remaining over me in Pomona where I am the day before yesterday. That pattern is that the light source is remaining over me, though, with regard to that ongoing possibility that it will be occurring at the same time at all of those locations in that same central manner as well. It is currently 8:59 a.m.
if possible. Please use
8NJF421, 5KFP336, 6GNT502. Seven ZMP 877, 6HGT997, 7XQN002, JR Frisco 76017W2. ARCINC 8MMY 184 7AZC 175 19662E3 8WTK 536, I believe. Seven WID 259. Yeah, 86212E, that's Arizona on a large truck. 7BPG366, 6AQP647, 8MSR996, 7PFW854, 6RFG436, 97704U1, 7WHD962, 6XUT448, 8JKY095, 7WBU707, YONOSE.
Please remember that masks will be required on board Omnitrans vehicles and at stops and transit centers
CATLUPE
March 2022.
8ZRU367.
Thanks for your cooperation.
CCO4N97 paper. 8JLR747. United States Postal Service crossing path as well. License 8VVY200. SWT314, 8PW461, 52527. I can scratch that. Can't see the rest one. 7VYJ040, and it's currently 9:03 a.m. 6PCX332, 7MMA862, 5AKU645. 6YGH443, 8MGD042, 6EWT275, 8375, 4S2, 6SRV157, 7NWT463, 8THU770, 8KNJ906, 5YZL535, 7CEH323, 8F45, 882, I believe, TIFD B83, I can't really see that one though, 8MKG421, 8GUL272, 6VGS635, 8YJL815. Do you have already 1722783, 7FEL 499. Amazon Prime, crossing path. I can't see the license plate, so. And so is Ontario Police. 4AV. Okay, let's see that. License 27460C3. Showing you video of what is the demon-possessed agency, the Ontario Police Department, Amazon Prime, which is the people of the state acting by a company, doing so under the fake sun that is moving in the opposite direction over the museum. And by opposite, I mean it was over the museum as I get up this morning, remains over me as I walk north up to the corner of Euclid and Holt, which you hear American Medical Response engaging in criminal summoning, while that fake sun is moving over me as I'm going north to this bus stop for Route 83. The light sources in every day engaging in what is the maintenance of presence. And again, I'm not ever going south from the museum. I always go north to either the B&G Plaza or to Upland, wherever it is that I go. The entity is going south on Euclid Avenue after going north up this street and not remaining in Upland, California. That's not the sun. That is remaining again yesterday over me in Upland, California. 69407C2 is a demon and is stalking as well, engaging in surveillance, while the entity is monitoring and doing so via Ontario Police, communicating a threat. Amazon Prime engaging in what is all manner of terrorism as they've been documented, stalking under that fake sun, which is moving over the same museum that it was over me, that I was at earlier upon leaving that property, and you're seeing it run right over that same museum as it's keeping in alignment with me. And by the way, that's speaking to the same doc. I'm showing you an impossibility while it remains over that venue as I showed you on March 13, 2022 during daylight savings time at what is 3:55 p.m. that same location, the 150 East Holt building. All right, this is P.O.C. and the light source is remaining while I'm on Route 83, and I'm giving with regard to the maintenance of that fake sun, this video that I'm showing you, I'm in the documenting the Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, while I'm in Pomona, and at this time at 9:10 a.m., which is the time right now. The fake sun is directly over me in that parking lot. That is not over Euclid Avenue and Belmont, while I am going southbound in Ontario on Euclid, while it's keeping in line with me through the window on the bus. That's the pattern of conduct that I'm documenting. Alrighty, license plate 8PQG843, Coca-Cola crossing path, 6CFC541, 8DRW526, 7GMN496. Capturing another video that you can see at 9:10 a.m. Again, I do remain in Pomona 48 hours ago at the parking lot, and the fake sun is directly over my head. It is not over Euclid Avenue. It's not over this street, over some random vehicle, which would be, it's supposedly random, but it's not. It's stalked with the fake sun, and it's not coexisting, while I've also shown you documentation of that light source remaining specifically on the street of Hope Boulevard going westbound, turning as the bus turns, maintaining presence over me as I then am going again to what is the City Hall, the courthouse. All right, this is specifically over my head. And as I just go to or remain at a different location, I'm showing you what's an impossibility. And it's also relevant to what I also already documented, not only in 2020, 2021, and we are passing over what is the property of Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, where the entity engaged in rising a fake sun and setting a fake sun, keeping it for the duration of the day, which is what the totality of my documentation reveals upon my stay at that third-party facilitating venue, where the entity also engaged in criminal summoning. Criminal summoning by that same demon-possessed agency that I captured in video under the fake sun at Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue, the Ontario Police Department, 4NJE712. And they are continuously engaging in federal stalking while they're monitoring documentation and having engaged in multiple acts, not just upon the criminal summoning at Economy Inn, multiple acts of kidnapping while federal stalking is underway. And that is speaking to the threat that the entity is intentionally posing while those demons of that particular agency engage in the pattern of conduct. All right, it is currently 9:14 a.m. Continue on Euclid Avenue, and the fake sun remains over me. Amazon Prime crossing path. See, 4AP5454, 7XMZ763, 7XLT085, 14921V2, demons. Crossing path at Riverside Drive and Euclid Avenue. And license 5K TJ429. (82248H1) 65173U2 and PD 61315. That is JJ Hurtado carrying Keystone Freight Corporation. They're monitoring. 4TT7518 is in the back of a large truck as well. 4SM6095 is a back license plate on a large truck. 7985. Oh, it's 79585R1, excuse me. Let's see, 88806J3. Let's see, it's currently 9:16 a.m. Central Transport, those are the large yellow buses. Excuse me, not yellow buses, the large yellow trucks. And over here I have Riverside Drive and Euclid Avenue. The entity is crossing path and doing so through GPC, the one that I've shown you plenty of time. Group stalking at the train tracks behind the museum, group stalking at B&G Plaza, and they're group stalking over here at Riverside Drive and Euclid Avenue. Using a lot of large trucks. Amazon Prime repeatedly crossing path 30046G2, doing so through these large commercial trucks. These are those that engage in interstate commerce, while they are indeed crossing state lines with the intent to place another under criminally place them under surveillance. That's inherent to the federal crimes, is you're documenting the P.O.C. on behalf of the state, doing so to the people of the state that are also driving large trucks. And they're demons doing so, moreover, while they are also stalking with directed light. It's 9:17 a.m.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Imposible. Favor cruzar la puerta trasera.
I keep scratching that one. 8JYS033, 8VZG652. These two minions you see on the bus, they're doing the same thing that the rest of them are. The people of the state just take turns getting on and off the bus. CB57H82, stalking with activity using the button to stop request and its activity creation. These demons, you're talking about what is directed light while they open and close the bus, crossing a path while demons drive by the bus, and repeatedly using that method, stop requesting, and they don't even need to get off the bus oftentimes. 1261283. Oh, but they do. They will go ahead and get off the bus in order to follow through with what is their form for stalking with activity creation. 5TYV048. They are nonetheless stalking in the path. The fake sun is over me while I'm on the bus, and by on the bus, I am nowhere near the city of Upland, California. I am on Euclid Avenue at what is the intersection of Schaefer Avenue in the city of Chino at 9:20 a.m. All right, showing you what is the fake sun again in the city of Chino. going from Ontario to Upland into Chino. From after going back down the same street, Euclid Avenue, and the fake sun follows. It does not remain in Upland, California. And also, that's not the sun that's over me, directly over my head in Pomona, where I remain still at this time for more hours. You're talking about what is the light source that you're seeing turn as the bus turns in the city of Chino from Euclid Avenue onto Edison Avenue. And the light source is remaining directly over me, and that is the pattern. That is an impossibility, though, with regard to what is showing you the maintenance over me with a light source. That is not possibly the sun. It is 9:22 a.m. I captured that video at 9:20 a.m. in the city of Chino, and this is P.O.C. All right, these demons group stalking in Chino. It's the old bag of bones, an Asian female, license 8NJK477. 8VZN305, 8KLH771, U.S.MC 101. Capturing video at 9:25 a.m. showing you what is the fake sun that's over me while I'm in Chino, California. And this is at the intersection of Chafee Street and Eucalyptus. And the light source is directly over me on the bus. This is not possibly the sun as I remain in Pomona, California. And that light source is remaining over me in that city in LA County. That is also a matter of your observation as you see me on the bus en route to Pomona. It's not going anywhere north up Euclid Avenue into Upland. It's not going anywhere east on Foothill Boulevard into the city of Rancho Cucamonga, into Fontana. It's not going southbound on Euclid Avenue into the city of Chino, okay? This is the entity stalking with a fake sun that remains stationary over me while I'm in Pomona, which is what I documented. And I remained there 48 hours ago, walking through Pomona, documenting criminal summoning by the Los Angeles Fire Department, all right? And the entity is keeping a fake sun over me. And yesterday I remained in Upland, California. 77MA, I can't really see that one. 7VCT925. And the entity is keeping a fake sun directly over me, 60ZE301 in Upland, California, at Foothill Boulevard, at the McDonald's, at 100 East Foothill Boulevard, 945-99D1, where it's directly over that roof, 8ALT901. And you're looking at what is the light source that remains over me in that parking lot while those demons are molesting with directed light, 8KVT015, which is also the ongoing evidence of what is a fake sun that's over you. Because directed light is speaking to, it's a demonstration of demon possession. But again, directed light, again, the ignorant observer, I guess you have to be entirely ignorant to attribute directed light to what's supposed to be sunlight, because it doesn't travel up buildings and across asphalt. That's purely demonic. 73560H1. That's clearly engineered light. That's not normal light. That's nothing normal about that. But like I said, you're talking about what is the direct indication of what is the fake sun that's over you while the people of the state engage in that demonic activity. They're in that specific environment. BX147 handicap. And I did capture that video at 9:25 a.m. in Chino, California. 5AUL740, 5FOD785. And it is currently 9:30 a.m. We are going what is driving on Central Avenue. She's at Central and Chino Avenue. I just want to document where the bus driver is going. And this is Route 83. And at 9:30 a.m. she is driving what is on Central Avenue and Chino Avenue. We're at the train tracks right now. YOW342 4GRMI 4 heart. JIH 981 8SVA 038 8CEJ 434 7WGL 416. That's a demon touching with directed light. Again, this is at Chino Avenue. License 8YMB 402, 8FSS 185, 8YNA 059, 8LOG 487, 8 92. Oh, I can only see that one. 27748F3. So, sorry. 27748E3 at Oak Design at 13272 6th Street. They're monitoring. It's 9:32 a.m. All right, so I just want to document arriving at the transit center and reading that license plate of that third party that's in the driveway stalking in the path. And again, this is driven by employee 2229. She stops at bus stall number 84. The route sign on the bus changes to 84 Mountain Avenue. And the license plate, again, I got on route 83. I just want to document. And the license of the bus that employee 2229 was driving is license 1399982, bus 1268. All right, it is currently 9:34 a.m. Alrighty, 888-18W2, 78EZ122, 8JVV479, 7XKH496, 6TBB063, 42616J3, 4SJG06, 4SJG097, 04421X1, 7RGF643, 7KPU002, 6DOZ374, WHOUDAT, 7KPU002. Um, 1217036, 8WXY805, 6UEJ660. 10496K3, 8CPS 450, excuse me, 6P39567, 72423C2, 7LO1469, 5UFC 861, 7VGY 142, 8EAF 801. Alrighty, I just want to get you video at 9:35 a.m. The fake sun is over me in the city of Chino, where you see Omnitrans monitoring with the people of the state who are just standing around in engineered light, monitoring with communication devices in directed light and under the fake sun. License 1518610. That's a demon that's driving through the parking lot in a community services vehicle. That's activity creation. That's why that demon is doing that. And I just showed what is the fake sun that's remaining over me. And it is indeed the fake sun. It's not the sun that's directly over my head while I'm at 9:35 in the morning, just days ago, at the Arco on Sierra Avenue and Merrill. 9:35 in the morning. 9:35 in the morning, where yesterday I am in Upland, California, and it's directly over me while I'm at the property of McDonald's at 100 East Foothill Boulevard. 9:35 in the morning, central over my head. It's not the sun that's remaining directly over my head while I'm inside of Starbucks at 101 Mission Boulevard in Pomona. And the light source is remaining directly over me, aimed on me while I'm inside of that Starbucks, okay? While I'm also speaking to what is the directed light conduct, all right? This is the coinciding circumstances with the fake sun that remains over me. This is the P.O.C. while I'm at the Chino City Hall, where the fake sun is right over me. 7ROR856. That's video that I just captured right now at 9:35 a.m. 7YCE838. 72423C2. 8EAF801. Let me show you some demons. Alrighty, you're looking at what is an army of demons marching in directed light. That's what they're doing. They're creating activity. And they got off of that community services vehicle where directed light is occurring, moving across the vehicles while they are in that community services vehicles, which the license plate I recited. And then they're getting out and they're walking in engineered light. This is activity creation. And it is also, they are all demons doing that. And they are under a fake sun that is over them, directly over me, while I'm in Chino, California right now at 9:39 a.m. I'm showing you what are the demon possessed. They're engaging in demonic activity, and it's criminal, and it's right in your face, and I'm breaking that down for you, and that's exactly what you're witnessing. License plate 8PTM315. License 8CNN071. 8RDZ749. And 6RDZ, oh, I read that one. NO66TO, CMAMLV2, AYYWAY. (8AKJ671), 8MIG972. BLESUPP 8TMR 964 5HDV 737 8XHF 882 7WQH 168 8EDS 631 8PFU 970 8RQX 988 7GMP 067 8XEB 757 8E8, I read that one already, bro. 7UDW 184, I think I might have read that one. 7YCE 838 is a commercial vehicle. This is vehicle number 420. American Guard Services, they're engaged in interstate stalking. 8HGG017. 5NSW956, 02421V2, 6EIV554, 7ZVH283, 3581OH1. This is City of Chino, vehicle 1548373. 7JLC 663, 8UF, I probably read that one, but in case I didn't, 8UFS 531. These are City of Chino vehicles, 1217036, City of Chino 1578739. 5WWZ 878, 6SJG097, 6TGG395, 8JVV479, 78EZ122. 88818W2, 7XKH 496. It's 9:42 a.m. Alrighty, at State Facilitating Venue, the Chino City Hall. Not only is the entity amplifying plane engines, the entity, and I've documented this venue before, I want to be clear. The entity stalked by helicopter at the at this bus stop transit center, and just like the city of Pomona did, as I documented the license plate, you got the city of Chino police in relevant position. This fat face white demon that's driving a police vehicle and monitoring with a communication device. And she is indeed stalking in the past. She pulls up right as I'm walking through the parking lot. That city of police driving this pickup truck, this white lady in operation of her communication device. You see the fake sun right here over me as I take a picture of her stalking in the path. License 1128503. I documented this venue already. The entity engaging in terrorism, stalking, hovering by helicopter. And this was as I was documenting the entity stalking, especially with directed light and the fake sun. I've documented this venue before. Just want to be clear. This is the city of Chino. I want to be clear. 7P59087. These are state actors, government actors, and they're criminals and they're demons. And that's why a fake sun is over me at this venue. And that's why you have what are the demons representing law enforcement. Understand this is a minion that's just that could very well be just driving a police vehicle, which is a symbolic threat by a demon possessed entity that's also monitoring documentation. Nonetheless, you will prosecute it accordingly. You're talking about what is a threat to the ordinary target individual who is being pursued by law enforcement, who is seeking to enforce their rights and documenting, and the entity is constantly stalking and threatening by virtue of their very presence in that environment, which is terrorizing while they're monitoring your documentation. That's what Chino Police just engaged in. 8PXV859. And that's the license plate of what is the ComServe, whatever that is. I want you to see this overweight minion. Alrighty, she gets out, she's walking in engineered light. She pulls up, she's stalking in the path. She's in operation of her communication device. The fake sun is over my head. And again, I'm in the city of Chino. It's currently 9:46 a.m. 5HGB 698. They don't have to say anything to you with regard to communication of that threat. By the way, 8XHJ700 FJ241 handicap. The entity is also engaging in what is monitoring documentation. And with regard to knowledge and the accumulation of evidence of that pattern of conduct of harassment, specifically by law enforcement, all of this is relevant. But let me be clear, they don't even have to speak to you while you're engaging in that ongoing intent to threaten in that specific environment while the system of surveillance is underway. And it is also facilitation. All right, license 8BXL562. This minion is monitoring sitting in their vehicle, group stalking under the fake sun. Their license plate that I just captured, this old white man, 90B-KBS, it's Florida. License 93078H3, 7MWL402, 8MKH890, 7GPX650, 8GOJ130. It's 9:48 a.m. 4XRC742. Here come a trail of demons. License 8TQK031. License 6PHM421. That's audible activity under a fake sun. That's the, in other words, that's the elements of what is light activity and relevant positioning while they cross path. This is group stalking, and it is demonic activity. It's 9:49 a.m. You're looking at what are minions patrolling in and out of the city hall, and doing so also Omnitrans, this African-American woman who is coming around an operation of communication devices. I start to take pictures. They're walking in and out. They're pacing. That's what this is. They're doing it under the fake sun. You're looking at the same P.O.C. They're pacing in engineered light, surrounding all around. They're doing the same thing while you're looking at, for example, what is traffic in that specific environment. There are demons that are pacing. It's entirely ritualistic. It's demonic. And this is occurring at what is the state facilitating venue of the Chino City Hall. Okay, a state facilitating venue. That's all that's relevant to. The pattern of conduct is underway. There's no exception with regard to demonic activity, a demon-possessed population. There is certainly no exception, and there won't be any difference in treatment under the law, except with regard to understanding the population, the positions that they're in, and the criminal system that is underway. In doing so, and while demons are, again, posing a threat to the public, engaged in public corruption, monitoring with the people of the state, facilitating criminal conduct of a federal level, and doing so while they are in monitoring documentation. This is Brinks. Brinks security is stalking in the path. This is a demon that is engaging in what is a use of their position that they have, a job that they have to engage in monitoring. They're crossing path into the fake sun. They are using the Brinks vehicle, which is creation of light activity. This is actually demonic. When you are understanding the environment that they are in, and this is breaking down that P.O.C. that's underway, and using the company as the demon-possessed population uses such businesses, while the demon-possessed use such positions, you're talking about what is the prosecution both civilly and criminally while they're engaging in that pattern of conduct. Alrighty, pacing back and forth is the overweight minion who clearly doesn't exercise, but she's exercising right now while she's pacing under the fake sun and studying her communication device, driving the Chino police vehicle 1128503. She is repeatedly walking back and forth. That's a demon that's pacing with the rest of them. This is Brinks. This is license plate 2756327, Indiana. That's a demon using this Brinks vehicle as light activity, going into the Chino City Hall to deliver a bag of money or whatever it is that they're present on behalf of, again, under the guise of being a vendor to the City Hall. Under the fake sun is the P.O.C. All right, and this is the same Brinks company that engaged in kidnapping by entity, monitoring and stalking while an ongoing kidnapping by an entity was in progress. And I'm referencing what is the June 18, 2021 kidnapping, where Brinks security is on the grounds of West Valley while the fake sun was remaining over that Chaminade County Sheriff's Department vehicle that I was on. The entity was aiming directed light through that bus, impossible light activity, while Brinks was patrolling inside of that property of West Valley, stalking in the path. FedEx is present, engaging in what is light activity creation as well. This is all manner of demons that are just engaging in the pattern of conduct and hostile. 67215F1, touching with directed light. Want to give me your name? What's your name, minion? What's your name? What is your name? All right then, thank you. Truck number 247877, and this demon representing FedEx comes over and touches with directed light, and I did catch a close-up image of this demon, and she is engaging in the conduct that Brinks is while they're delivering a bag of money to the City Hall. 67215F1 is this sex offender and is at the City Hall to engage in more business with the Chino City Hall license, Chino City of Chino license 1446133. Alrighty, this is P.O.C. It's currently 9:56 a.m. That is FedEx engaging in the pattern of conduct demons, okay? So let me give you what is. Alrighty, again, that is Indiana plate of Brinks 2756327. You see that overweight Latino male getting in the bus? He is pacing. Carrying a bag of money bearing the name of Brinks is no form for demonic activity. That is actually relevant to understanding what is the demonic activity that's underway. That demonic activity, however, is directly relevant to the criminal conduct of what is surveillance. In violation of Title 18, Section 2261A, which you see this demon driving the pickup truck, this overweight white female that's pacing in and out of the entrance, and being joined by what is Brinks, and then being followed by what is FedEx while they are pacing in and out of that venue. That's the P.O.C. And they're doing it under what is that light source, which is the fake sun at the state facilitating venue of the Chino City Hall. This is P.O.C. Let me show you this minion up close with 3 chins. Alrighty, this is representation of law enforcement. Again, this is license 1128503. Fake sun directly over me while she is in the parking lot monitoring with light activity created by the demons of FedEx and the demons of Brinks. And this fake sun is directly over my head as I captured on video at 9:48 a.m. I'm reminding you of where I'm at this same time, which would be it's impossible that the actual sun is going to remain not only central over my head at the different cities in the, again, Los Angeles County where I remain right now still. It's 9:59 a.m. But I captured this video at 9:48, 9:49 a.m. And that's just an ongoing vivid illustration of what is the pattern of conduct that is underway. And you're looking at what is demonic activity by while they are demonstrating it before the world, and it's speaking to what is policy, and there is no exception to the application of that policy. You're talking about what is uniform policy, speaking to the ongoing occurrence of what is demonic activity that is engaged in for the criminal purpose of surveillance by a government. And that's why you have demons representing Brinks, not coincidentally, ignorantly engaging in light activity under a fake sun and an engineered light. All right, that's a demon. That is, first of all, understanding what is the demon possessed. They're present, engaging in that activity creation. You're present in that environment because you're of that condition. You're engaging in activity creation, engaging in the demonic behavioral pattern, wearing a logo, acting as though you're in some position of being a vendor, engaged in some sort of official business at whatever type of venue. It is no form. It is no veil. There is no guise for what is revealing demonic activity. That demonic activity is directly relevant to the criminal surveillance with communication devices. That's exactly what FedEx is already heavily documented engaging in. That's exactly what Brinks already heavily documented engaging in. And the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct as I'm in the city of Chino. It is currently 10 a.m. on the dot. Let me show you P.O.C. Alrighty, showing you what is the 2 minions that you see at the in my still images. She's group stalking. This is the African American. She's group stalking at the city hall, monitoring the whole time, and then employee 2229, who is also doing the same, 8JZB450, who is doing the same, monitoring the entire time and wait for me to arrive at the walk toward, in other words, the bus stalls. And this is when these demons cross path, and it is intentional. That's exactly what it is, because first of all, it's under the fake sun, and second of all, you have directed light while they are crossing path, impossible light activity. That's never going to exist, even if I had not already established that this is not the sun over me. That's impossible light, and that's a show of hostility by those demons who are monitoring documentation. And it's facilitation. It's occurring at what is state facilitating venue, the Chino City Hall, while I'm documenting those minions, including the Chino Police Department. License 7MPA135, 8JZB450, terrorizing with directed light. Those minions were monitoring the entire time. Those minions being those of Omnitrans that are driving buses. Those minions are monitoring the entire time while I'm documenting, and then they wait for me to, this is how petty Satan is. And that pettiness I'm going to prosecute them with, because it's relevant to terrorizing and harassing the ordinary target individual who is documenting, necessarily so, a government that's placing them under surveillance, and doing it through the demon-possessed people. The people of the state, psychopaths, and sex offenders who are then mad because you're going to enforce your rights against them. That's somebody that needs to be put in a cage. 5TPP711. And again, those are people that have no business being free in order to be around and pose a threat to the public. And that's what the demon-possessed who are operating buses under the company name of Omnitrans. And when they're prosecuted as the perpetual sex offender, they will no longer be permitted to engage in such trade for a living, driving buses around the 8NOX604, around the public, posing that threat, engaging in that lawlessness with the state on behalf of a government, engaging in all manner of obstruction of justice while doing so. 1579211 is city of Chino, 8AXR566, 8MXV765. 7KJL, hold on, 8VCZ737. And this is license 7KJK146. 7SJM058. 8FLW130, 6ZGS420, 6CDA618, 16731L2. License plate 8ADY927, 393ZK handicap, 6XXK280, 6UOP646, 8VJT740, 8R75107, 5FO8375, 424VP handicap, 8HCU608, 8MRFULX, 8ZIP634. This demon you hear sounding their alarm, they're stalking in the path while I'm walking on the sidewalk, walking away from their vehicle as I begin to approach and aware that they're going to be documented, but they're still monitoring as they engage in what is walking away from their car. They're in alignment still. Using their vehicles is also a method of audible activity, and the fake sun is right over my head. 4VCL331. And they're monitoring with the demon who drove by with directed light while they were driving by. It's facilitation for that demon. 6TTE572. 8TQK031. 7WGH438, 6PHM421, 7WCG698, 8BQU909, 41881H2. Eight DJW512, 8WKL084. This demon, 5BVB027, old as dirt, okay? Stalking or accelerating to hurry up across path. That's a demon, and she's old as dirt. 8TBW768, PJSCSMO, 8WYA625, 8PTN503. 7XOJ306, 8AJH269, 8GQG252, 8KCN540, SCALBZA, 7SIA451. It's currently 10:09 a.m. 7ZTX757, 8ETB493. This demon is 6PKF506. 8RST437, 5HKM935, 0558OF3, 3TOH627, 8NKJ684, 6LEC668, 7CHM439, I guess I didn't read that one already, 442JA, handicap, 8LLC023, 8GWW040, 7ETF823, 6ZXD116, 8WUK111, 393UP, handicap, 8TBL492, 8VZZ964, CB04D31 paper, and 8PO9567, 8FUB454, 6LPX716, 8GHV981, 8PRM312, 47579G2, 8CEG703, 8BRF007, 8C93067, 7NUG929, 1281E, handicap, I believe, 7HEW519, 467NK, handicap, yeah, I read that one already. It's 10:11 a.m. Alrighty, showing you what is a senior center. There is no exception with regard to demonic activity and this criminal system. And also, not only where I'm showing you the senior center, where it is located at, looks like 13170 is the address, Chino Senior Center. These are minions that you also see standing in front, the entity aiming direct light across that building. And you see also what is the fake sun directly above them while they're standing in front of that building. That fake sun is right over me while I'm facing that building in the city of Chino at 10:11 a.m. I think I read these lists already. In case I did not read these, 7CKG001. I think I read that one. 442JA. 6LEC668. 8RST437. 8NKJ684. Yeah, I think I read these already. I read those. Showing you at 10:13 a.m., the entity is keeping a fake sun directly over the Chino Branch Library, San Bernardino County Library, and you see it right over the roof. It's moving in real time. It's no longer over the roof of the senior center, okay, as I walk in the parking lot. In addition to that, even the bigger picture, seeing what's stalking with the light source, the fake sun is nowhere in the city of Pomona. It's not possible while I am standing, for example, at 10 o'clock between the City Hall and the court building at 400 Civic Center Plaza, and I remain there documenting and keeping the fake sun over me at that location in Los Angeles County while I'm specifically on that street, on those properties. This is speaking to stalking with a light source, and that is entirely demonic. And that's why you also have these old dirt bags, these old geezers. It doesn't matter how old they are or even how young they are, as the people of the state have also revealed about themselves, while I'm revealing to you what is the ongoing occurrence and presence of the demon possessed. And the demon possessed are engaged in criminal surveillance with the government. It's a satanic targeting system, and it's a violation of federal law. All right, and so their demon possession is relevant to the tactics employed. It's light activity creation. They're monitoring you. Oh, but these are demons that are doing that, and that's a terrorizing environment, and that demonic environment is seen, it is personified through the use of multiple shadows, through the use of what is engineered light moving all around, absolutely impossible conduct that is not indicative of what is normal light. It's speaking to what is that demon possession that you are also witnessing and observing through the very conduct and in the environment itself, in addition to what the people of the state are doing. Okay, in that environment, what you're doing in that environment is conduct, and it is the expression of the demonstration of demon possession. You're in that environment doing what you're doing, that is bring security, creating light activity while they're moving around in engineered light, going in and out of a venue, which is crossing paths repeatedly, is demonic activity, and it's criminal, facilitating ongoing monitoring, and they do so while they're monitoring documentation. Again, bring security directly engaged in what is kidnapping by entity. It's currently 10:15 a.m. and the fake sun is directly over this San Bernardino County Library, the Chino Library.
All right, it is 10:31 a.m. Showing you, first of all, what is outside of a window. The United States Postal Service, amongst the rest of the people of the state who are crossing paths surrounding in traffic and vehicles. You can see directed light, which is aiming into, which is not only is it impossible because it's light that's, again, inside of the building where the supposed sun is above the building. Secondly, because the window itself is covered with a hood on the outside of it. And you have what is this touching of surfaces with light. That's what that is. And it is also occurring while criminal summoning is underway. The entity is amplifying the sound of sirens. And I showed you what is the placement of the fake sun over the library upon prior to entrance. It is currently 10:32 a.m. where I remain at the, and so this is still images. They're engaging in surveillance. A lot of these are Asians inside of this venue at San Bernardino County Library, Chino Library. And I'm just speaking to what it is, the people that you're looking at, the images that I'm capturing. And again, they are monitoring inside of the venue of the San Bernardino County Public Library. It's 10:32 a.m. Showing you what is the fake sun that's directly over the library outside of the San Bernardino County Library, and reminding you about where I'm at, but also the impossible placement of light inside of the venue while I'm subject to surveillance. That's P.O.C. It's capture that video. It's also not only Pomona, it's also Upland, California. And again, that's just as of late. My documentation is consistent with regard to what is stalking with light. Stalking with light is relevant to what is demonic, and it's criminal surveillance that's underway. It's 10:35 a.m. This is P.O.C. 8 REP 573, 8 NKJ 684, 05580F3. I think I read that one already. It's 10:49 a.m. Looking at the street that I'm facing when the entity is sounding sirens. I'm inside of the library, and the method of light activity is just pointing it into the windows where you see it right there as I'm taking images, and you're looking at the stalking activity by a people who are demon possessed. These are demons. They're engaging in criminal conduct, and the evidence is the directed light right there inside of the windowsill. And I step out and show you a video of the fake sun over the library. 8JYC794. And it's 10:49 a.m. And that street that I'm facing while I'm inside of the Chino Branch Library, I'm facing what is Central Avenue at the intersection of D Street. This is the City of Chino Civic Center where I've been, showing you the fake sun over me at the City Hall. And yeah, this is the Chino Branch Library. This is crossing a path by the demon-possessed. City of Chino, license 156, I can't really say that one. 4ZJE879, 8DMG880, 8UEL312, 7DSZ668, 6GFZ423, 7DRD132. It's 10:50 a.m. All right, this demon stalking 6BAZ115. I captured video at 10:50 a.m. and showing you what is the fake sun that's over me today while I'm in the city of Chino. And license 8UFV900. And again, while my documentation is showing while I remain in the city of Ontario, while I literally remain in the city of Ontario inside of a vehicle, by the way, which remains directly relevant to what I continue to document, before daylight savings time, January 1st, 2022, as I remain in the vehicle parked in front of 630 North Fern Avenue, the entity was keeping a fake sun over me, over that vehicle, from morning until the evening. After 4 p.m., I documented that. Again, the entity is keeping a fake sun over me as I remain in Pomona, California, and I use the time at 10:50 to give you and provide a very vivid illustration of what is stalking with a fake sun. It is an actual light source that you see above me, but that's not the sun, and it's not the sun that is defined for us, that we are reading about, that we learn about with regard to our galaxy and this gaseous ball of fire that's engaged in all. No, I'm showing you what is maintenance of central presence over me from beginning to the end of the day, remaining wherever address it is that I am. And that's also how you show what is an impossibility, a scientific impossibility. As I'm showing you going from, for example, being in Los Angeles County, being in Pomona, and that light source is remaining over me in Pomona. And all I do is go to Upland the next day. I'll go from Ontario to Upland to Fontana through Ranch Cucamonga and give you even the same time. That's impossible to be the case as with regard to the light source. That is not possibly the sun, 3JS4EVA.
And this is, again, yesterday I'm in Upland, California on the bus, already on Route 66, showing you the fake sun that's over me while I'm on that bus. And 8BXL562, 48 hours ago at 10:50 a.m., I remained stationary at the Pomona Regional Transit Center, where that light source is not in motion while I'm on Route 66 bus. I get on Route 61, by the way, from Pomona Regional Transit Center, not the same street. All right. And it is relevant because the entity is stalking street for street, turn for turn with this light source. And that's exactly the conduct when you're stalking with light and you're subject to surveillance. You're looking at stalking with light. It's demonic. The entity is engaging in this placement of this light source while today I am in Chino. And Chino, California, at the state facilitating venue, again, showing you both the ongoing engagement of what is a criminal system, no exception to what is demonic activity. No one is above suspicion. That element, the elements remain present. That ongoing environment, which is an impossibility, speaking to what is demon possession, demonic activity, there is no exception to it. All right, at all. And my documentation is showing that as well, and that's exactly how federal law is going to treat it. And the documentation is showing that how that is the case. And so, like I said, the demon possessed are relying on their identity, relying on whatever position that they have. Oh, I'm a judge. I'm an attorney. And so, you know, and this is implied. This is implied by their engagement in the pattern of conduct in your face in that same exact environment as though they are above suspicion. And that is not the case, and that is not what documentation establishes. And there is no change with regard to what is not possibly the sun over them, directed light, which is not sunlight. You are a demon and you're stalking, you're engaging in a federal crime, multiple federal crimes with regard to policy that I also intend to enforce. All right, so it's currently 10:56 a.m. and that's what I captured on video while I'm at the intersection of Central Avenue and D Street. This is the street that I'm facing while I'm inside of the library, and I'm showing you impossible light activity. This is engineer light, directed light, that's on the inside. And I'm showing you as I step out, showing you from the entrance area, and then as I go behind that library to that street that I'm facing inside of that, from inside of that library, showing you what is the fake sun that's directly over me. Which would not be the case if that was the actual sun, for example, while I'm in Pomona, California. This is P.O.C. It's 10:56 a.m. All right, crossing path, license plate, 7S 76996. It's 10:57 a.m. Omnitrans bus 1328, license 1404972, is pulled up at what is the gas stall, the bus stop stall for Route 83. And monitoring is an employee. This is a male wearing a cap right now. I'll show you this. It's 10:57 a.m.
That's cool like that. I like that.
That's that minion's audible activity. That's cool. That's cool. I like it. I like that. I like that. He's stalking in the path. He's crossing path under the fake sun, which you'd see directly over me while I'm capturing his image. This is the demon. And this is how you are able to know the condition of those who are intentionally around you in a deliberately maintained environment for purposes of criminal surveillance with and on behalf of the state. This is the state of California, and this is the people of the state of California, a demon-possessed population engaging in surveillance in violation of Title 18. Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. It's currently 10:58 a.m. and those images I captured at 10:57 a.m. That demon is going to what is bus number 1326 with license 1370397. That is a male who's also, those buses are armed with surveillance cameras, so I want to be clear. He's on that bus. That's the bus he's accessing and turning on. Right? They are here with the ignitions off at the Chino Transit Center. It's 10:59 a.m. 8HAO021, I believe. See, it's 11 a.m. BFD 867, I believe.
Recuerde que se requiere un tapabocas a bordo de vehículos
6TAG 823.
paradas y centros de tránsito hasta marzo del 2022, según las regulaciones federales. Gracias por su cooperación.
8XQF872, 6PMU536, 6XD5643, 8JIM154, 7XJF964, 8RJL4, oh, I can't really see that. And I might have read those already, actually. 7FTY83, oh, you can scratch that one, I can't see the last character. Frontier Communications crossing path. 3108251, 81469L2, 8WXX908. At Schaefer Avenue and Benson Avenue. 8RMU963, 7ZNR925, 5PIC182, 4MG8795. That's a large truck at Insel Foam Company. They're stalking in the path using a large commercial truck to create light activity while the bus is crossing the path with that truck, that property. That's facilitation, monitoring on the run, all right? 8PUJ112, I believe. Passing 5491 Profusion Cosmetics. 6, I can't see that. 4RLC441 02894X2, 8DKGO75 13550N1 BF41Y76. Did that hit you? Sorry. Huh? Sorry. It's his driving, not mine. It's 11:09 a.m. ZIV 104. PGC 859 at Edison Avenue, and this would be is this Eucalyptus or Benson Avenue? Benson Avenue and Edison Avenue at 11:10 a.m. JHM224 8NCZ109 at the Ruben S. Ayala Park, group stalking, engaging in surveillance. The light source is directly over me, and I'm reminding you about where I'm at, which is, again, leaving Upland, California on Route 66, headed toward Fontana Metrolink train station at 11:10 a.m., which then yesterday at this time, when I captured that video, I'm reminding you what is my position, which is, again, impossible to be the sun, as I am on Route 61 48 hours ago at this time, still en route from Pomona to, I'm barely even in Ontario. You're talking about, I haven't even reached the Ontario airport until 11:36 a.m. So this is the entity keeping the fake sun over me while I am today in Chino, keeping it directly over me, as you see through the window of the bus, at College Park Avenue and Central Avenue in Chino, California. And this is surveillance that's underway by the people of the state, which is those who happen to be in relevant position while I am going to any place and at all times are present on behalf of the state. This is how that state system works. It's 11:13 a.m. and it is demonic. This is a demon-possessed population engaging in the state surveillance in the state of California.
Give your child a healthy head start.
It's audible activity. Passing Chaffee College Chino Community
free
Center.
programs for low-income families with children under age 5. Enroll today.
7RER 517, I believe. Going back down Eucalyptus Avenue, where it was this morning while employee 2229 was driving. 8 CCR. Oh, I can't really see that one. 6181383 at Penn Foster Street and Eucalyptus Avenue. L90852. LEEBRI with the hand in front of it. 6TSP777 6472. I can't see that one. Can't see the rest of the one. License ZT820, license 5NYX333, 7NOE376, 6VHH590, 8ULB232, 8PRN400, 6AHS112, 7PTA437, 8PE5520, that's Washington, excuse me, 5LJS228, 7GKA 297, I believe, 8FCN 146, 7YOT 950. And you see the minion that's getting on the bus. While this minion's getting on the bus, you see directed light, the fake sun is over the bus, it's P.O.C. There's another minion that's standing in alignment with me on the sidewalk outside of the bus and crosses path as I take a picture of this minion that's getting on the bus to engage in the pattern of conduct. All right, and this is employee number 3072, by the way. This is the one that's walking by as I'm capturing the fake sun stationary over me at the transit center, the Chino Transit Center. And then he gets on the bus and operates the vehicle leaving from the property where the fake sun is remaining over. In doing so after the published time. Again, these minions that are leaving at 10 o'clock, it's not pursuant to the schedule, it's pursuant to what I'm doing. I happen to be walking by, which is the moment where they cross path with directed light into the fake sun. The minion that's dancing at 11 o'clock in the morning happens to drive off at 11 o'clock. But this minion is waiting until the moment that I'm engaging in operation of my phone. They're anticipating documentation and engaging in, even if I didn't capture video, using anything to stalk with activity in that specific environment. That's what they're doing, and that's also why this demon that is monitoring crossing path and leaving after the published time of 11 a.m. Right? They are engaged in the pattern of conduct. It's currently 11:18 a.m. Amazon Prime crossing path. Z050470, that's Southwest Freight Incorporated, US.2861531. Driving a large commercial truck. 7VVL 668. XIY080. We're at Chino Avenue and Euclid Avenue. Showing, capturing, I'm currently back in Ontario with regard to Ontario, meaning specifically at the intersection of Euclid Avenue and Walnut. And this is pretty much where the line between Ontario and Chino is. And what I captured though while at the intersection of Euclid Avenue and Chino Avenue, the fake sun is directly over me, and by over me I mean over me that you could see outside of the window on the bus that is coming from the Chino Transit Center. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me in this position while I am showing you at the same time yesterday at 11:21 a.m. And you're also going to remember where I'm at the day before yesterday at 11:23 a.m. I am on 11:23 a.m. I am still on Omnitrans Route 61 headed to Fontana. Yesterday at 11:21 a.m. I am already at the Fontana Lewis Library showing you the fake sun moving over the roof in the direction that is north, moving as I walk to the entrance doors of that Fontana Lewis Library where the entity is setting a fake sun as I remain there till the end of the day. 84156S2. A demon monitoring with this demon 01922B3 driving a large truck and directed light beside the bus while they do so. And while I am in the city of Chino, the entity is keeping a fake sun over me while that impossibility, I am capturing that impossibility, speaking to what is a specific environment, a demonic environment. 7056719, which is relevant to prosecution for terrorism while I am subject to surveillance, which is revealing what the entity, a public entity, the government is doing, okay? 7BXR390. Placing a fake sun over me while I'm in Chino, California on a bus outside of the window, and also being over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, which is again a position that it is arriving at as I'm arriving there, not already being present as a matter of documentation on another day when I'm there an hour earlier at 10 o'clock in the morning. Also following after documentation showing an entire route that I came from Ontario, the museum, to Upland, to get on Route 66, distinct from Route 61 by the way, to get to the same venue of the Fontana Mountain train station to the Fontana Lewis Library. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me today as I go to Chino and showing you, while I'm showing you this at 11:23, that impossibility in and of itself, the ongoing circumstances, the entity, what is the entity literally doing in order to do this? It's running north up the same street that it was over me on as I was on Route 83 this morning, being driven by that demon, employee number 2229. This is the same Euclid Avenue, going right over the same property that it was, all of the properties, again, BYG5579, Washington, 8SIZ, I can't say the rest on, going over the same properties that it was as I was going southbound on Euclid Avenue, okay, this morning, going up and down the same street. That is not the sun. It is not the sun that's over the Fontana Lewis Library right now, present over that venue right now, that is over me while I'm, capturing video in Chino, California. It's not the light source that's over me while I'm on Route 61, 48 hours ago, still en route to the Fontana Lewis Library. I'm going northbound on Euclid Avenue right now. That fake sun is going, while it's en route with, keeping over me on Route 61, it's going eastbound on Hope Boulevard. While I am on Route 66, it's going eastbound on Foothill Boulevard through the city of Upland to Rancho Cucamonga to Fontana, and the entity is coming, by the way, coming from the opposite direction as I show you routinely the fake sun over me arriving at the Fontana Mitsui train station, as I pointed out in that video yesterday. It's coming from the opposite location. Route 66 comes from Juniper onto Orange Way. Route 61 comes from Sierra onto Orange Way, which I document on video. This is showing what is stalking with a fake sun in every vantage point where you are witnessing that. All right, the entity engages in what is harassment, which is what you saw at the Chino City Hall. Brink Security, FedEx, the Chino Police Department, engaging in all manner of what is pacing around. These are demons, the living dead, all right, and they're pacing around under a fake sun, an entire cartoon environment, directed light, demons flashing light, stalking with light, doing it under that specific and in that specific environment. In FedEx joining, Brinks arriving, this is demons who are engaging in the P.O.C. They're also showing hostility. Okay, that hostility is derived from that environment that they are facilitating with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented, not whether they're looking at you and frowning their face or cussing at you. That's not how you are deducing. That's an obvious method of showing animosity and hostility. Demons are engaging in it through what is the conduct that they're engaging in, all right, through the demonic environment that they're in. All right, and doing so while you are monitoring, that is speaking to the intent to want to threaten you while you are aware of the fact that they're demons placing you under surveillance. That's how they're engaging in that threat. This demon's 4NGY060 engaging in that very conduct, again with this employee, 3072, who you see stalking at the transit station, is monitoring with the same with while these demons are touching with directed light. It's currently 11:29 a.m. 8 VWP 913.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible, favor usar la puerta trasera.
$504,993. Five SPN 144 AIDRETE 5 YOK 489. Ontario Fire Department crossing path in a battalion vehicle on Euclid Avenue. 5 JJD 446. And this is at the Dianza Park. That's where we're crossing that property right now. Eight SLU 161, I believe. Let me see that one. I can't see the last term. Employee 3072 monitoring with demons who are just present at the bus stop. 6XTN 186 present at the bus stop. It's activity creation while demons drive by the bus and being touched with directed light. And then the demons don't get on the bus. They're engaging in crossing and path conduct. They're engaging in the elements. Employee 3072 is engaging in that conduct with them. And that's just what occurred right now.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible, favor usar la puerta trasera.
I'm sorry, 8VXW, hold on, 8VXV 109.
Padres solteros, madres solteras o los hogares con dos padres con sin vivienda permanente. Los servicios preescolares del condado de San Bernardino pueden ayudar si tienen niños de 0 a 5 años. Llame ahora.
5XBX 732. 01566 E2 34482M1 7CW. I can't really see that one. 8UEW 724 8UOX 465 GS 156 handicap. This is Jim's Burgers at 805 Euclid Avenue. They're monitoring directed light while this demon of employee 3072 opens and closes the door while demons are driving by. This is the Spanish speaking minion, okay? Engaging in demonic conduct. It's not a matter of linguistics. And they're monitoring while the entity is creating flashing light inside of the property. This demon makes a U-turn, driving the opposite side of the street. That is City of Ontario. That's facilitation. City of Ontario sitting in the middle of the street creating what is light activity right here where the bus stops by Jim's Burgers at 805 Euclid Avenue. And these demons are driving by, direct light on the bus. The Spanish-speaking minion is the form for what is employee 3072 stopping at the bus stop. They're monitoring together. Burtec license plate 51804M1. Stalking in the path at 1 Pollo at 615 Euclid Avenue using that truck was light activity. It's currently 11:34 a.m. 86344D2 8VRA222. City of Ontario, crossing path, stalking, 1469610. License 3NAB774, 8KDR204, 7LXL361. Group stalking at Wells Fargo, 88IP194, and that's the Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue, where I captured video right now. The fake sun is over the museum. The same museum where I'm there in the morning, and the fake sun is moving over me as I leave from that venue. This is speaking to the fake sun that's over the same street, moving over me, and not anywhere over the Fontana Lewis Library, as I'm already there showing you that fake sun as I am entering into the doors. 7WRV552, also not the sun while I am at this time 11:36 a.m. on the grounds of the Ontario Airport on Route 61, and the fake sun is remaining over me. That's the pattern of conduct. But then again, you already know that at that same Ontario Airport, I'm reminding you of what I documented at 3 hours earlier than 11:36 on that day, on that particular day, which is 48 hours ago, where I'm showing you the fake sun is over me while I'm on Route 61 at the Ontario Airport. This is just keeping the fake sun over me all day long, regardless of what direction I go, and it is an impossibility that it would be the sun. And this is speaking to the demon possession, and in that video, you're looking at the people of the state, including Omnitrans, including employee 3072, engaging in what is federal stalking with those under the age of majority. That minion looks like he's under 18, 93857U1, I believe. These are minions just sitting in the middle of the meridian, stalking in the path, using their utility vehicles, their trucks, as light activity, while I'm subject to surveillance on a vehicle under a fake sun that's going in the same direction it was going over me this morning when I got on this bus at 8:35 in the morning. 7TLD261. YEG 937 8PFF 3. I can't see the rest of that one. PFF 835. JUB 807, I believe. 6YYM 163. 751. I can't see the rest of that one. And it's currently 11:39 a.m. For UBX 851 8DBU 077, touching with directed light. Molesting. 7YEG 937. License 7TLD261. JAK 585. PSK 460. 73149F3. 8VO1535. 8 LOC 537. 21545E2. 8 SQM 197. 8 XTY 511. 8 PEP 322. 21545E2. 'Directed light while these minions are sitting on the bus and getting on the bus. 5DLR 468, 8JAK 585, 8HAZ 735, BVL 2344, 8JJK 313, 6ZED 770, 8FAC 997, I believe, 7YSC 437, 95884K1.
Please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
6BOT 792. 8WTE 234. 6UOT, I can't really see that one. 7HUS 205. 7RBS 308. SUIBHNE. That's a foreign looking license plate. 7HUS 205. 7UDT 583, excuse me. I already read that one. It's 11:45 a.m. and I'm showing you the fake sun moving over the same properties that it was this morning, going in the same direction north up the same street. This is the light source that is not already present over the Upland Public Library at 10:50 a.m., which is the case as it remains there as I go inside at 11:05 a.m. and I'm showing you the fake sun above me through that roof of that library. The fake sun is remaining over me while I'm on the bus going northbound up Euclid Avenue. That's the pattern of conduct. It's demonic, and this is employee 3072 engaging in that pattern of conduct, representing the people of the state. This is what the people are doing. He is stalking while he's driving a bus. You're not an operation of business. You're present on behalf of the state where the pattern of conduct is underway. And demons are getting on and off this bus, engaging in surveillance with this company, representing also the people of the state, employee 3072. And that's the significance of showing what is the fake sun that's over me. 7RBS 308. This is the demon-possessed population. 7PAH 573. 7DDU 653. This demon directed light across the ceiling inside of the bus. 66131V2. 6LB8 380. And it's 11:46 a.m. Three 562 6N2. 7CJU 547. 8G, I'm sorry. 7HUF 815 36298J2 8PTN 661. Getting off of the Omnitrans at 11:48 a.m. License 1404972. Employee 3072, bus 1328. 5XDU335, and this is the minion that you see in my video at 11 o'clock in the morning. Group stalking of the fake sun in Chino, California. Getting off at Uptown and Country, which is where the fake sun is, as I have returned to this venue where I was already here and I left, and I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library yesterday. And again, I am at the Upland Public Library on March 16, 2022. This is relevant to what is current daylight savings time and what would still be the presence of that light source over the roof, not over Uptown and Country, over my head. Okay. Also, while I'm passing by that venue of Upland Public Library, that's the P.O.C. I will show you the fake sun right here over me. Alrighty. I did capture that image of that bus, which is nothing other than documenting the people of the state engaging in stalking as when they are stalking on behalf of an entity, and you are stalking by virtue of presence in an environment that is maintaining perpetual presence all around you, and it's in an abnormal and unnatural environment. You are stalking. You're present in that environment with knowledge. It's to the ignorance of the one whom you are stalking, because you're present that the one you're stalking doesn't necessarily know your name, and nor do you have to in order to document the government that's placing you under surveillance. All right. It is 11:49 a.m. and this is presence in Upland, California, and this is in no way coexisting with what is the presence of that fake sun that is directly over me. Well, I'm sorry. It is consistent with what is a fake sun, the actual sun. So let me continue to be very precise with my wording. The light source is over me, as I'm showing you, as I'm already at the Fontana Lewis Library. I'm already there. And the entity is keeping that light source there. I am in Upland, California. And the light source is over me in Upland, California, over me while I'm on the bus, over me while I'm on the sidewalk in Upland. That is not occurring at the same time, and you are not at the same time being documented while I'm on a bus going to a venue. You're remaining over me the whole time, by the light source, I mean, and also remaining perpetually present. So in other words, while it's moving over me while I'm on a mode of transportation, and you're looking at the light source turning, street for street, turn for turn, and this is a suggestion that it's remaining present where you are coming from, and it's present where you are going, everywhere, all day long, because it's also setting where I'm at. That's not the sun. It's impossible. 902-79C2. And you are seeing that as you're talking about what is the roof of the Upland Public Library. 7STC310 is a sex offender touching. 4WSV035. All right, and by a sex offender touching, that's a demon who is manifesting light and touching me with that light while they are stalking. The people of the state are going to be prosecuted. The state of California shall be prosecuted as a perpetual sex offender. It's a sexual violence by a demon-possessed entity that's placing you under surveillance. Excuse me. It's 11:51 a.m. Let's see. 7BAR251. We know that minion. They stalk a lot. 8JFK7-5. They're out here in Upland. Monitoring 6ZXX484 WIT WIDJ 5H35816. That's 11:51 a.m. 8BLE 496 7APP. I can't really see that one. 6HPW 175 7EGB 029 01822C3 4SYP 183 6PXS 775 6SWK 890 4SWN 727. That demon whose light switch I already read, crossing path with directed light. 8TSA 747. It's 11:52 a.m. 8WLC 301. Alrighty, license 5SWE 763, 8TER 921, 7NYT 859, 7TDH 333, 6WPA 993, 6SWK 890, 8UUZ 317, 7PKA 819, 7DZY 949. This is the same venue, McDonald's, that was engaging in heavy-duty harassment while these demons fill the drive-through, fill the parking lot, fill the venue to engage in ongoing molestation and harassment with direct light. And these are just demons who are mad. And that's going to the federal prosecution of the violent offender that is the people of the state. And they're also very violent sex offenders, 6JGS007. And that's exactly what it is. The words, the verbiage that I'm using is precise. They are a people, they are an entity. They are a demon-possessed population engaging in what is criminal conduct that's occurring right under your nose. All right, and you're talking about what is then Satan that is mad when you document and prosecute it, because you weren't ever supposed to know about it. And I will surround Satan itself, that's the people, all right, that's the environment that it wants to be in, wants to molest you, wants to stalk you, wants to harass you, wants to oppress you, while placing you under surveillance while you then are aware of it and confront it. 6GER 853, that's what that's what the big picture, that's what all this is about, by the way. That's just to sum it all up. 7BP 767. And that is the same venue that is McDonald's that was engaging in that harassment. All right, Amazon Prime 46710H3, stalking with directed light under the fake sun, 7DAU056. And it's currently 11:57 a.m. The entity engaging in this harassment while you're I'm showing you the fake sun that's over my head. Remember everything that I just documented yesterday. All right. Yes, it is a big picture. My documentation has already established P.O.C. But let's think about what I documented yesterday when I was here in the morning. Okay. And the entity is keeping a fake sun over me and all manner of molestation, directed light all over the place while you're listening to me recite that on my podcast. Demons that are engaging in harassment. And today I didn't get off the bus and get off in Upland and stay there in Upland. All right. I went to Chino. And while I'm in Chino, the fake sun is remaining over me. It is not possibly over the Euclid chiropractic office while that demon comes outside asking me his name because he knows I'm in his parking lot documenting those demons that are monitoring with him in that specific environment. 7BTW611, 8YTE175, 7XEK055, 8DXC510, 5ULL488, 96648H1, I believe, 8ZDZ943, LFC1313, 7EIG344. And as I stated yesterday, because that is the case, harassment by the people of the state at a facilitating venue, McDonald's itself shall be prosecuted for the conduct that it is facilitating. McDonald's is monitoring with the people, those sex-offending, demon-possessed stalkers who are engaging in harassment by an entity while they are manifesting light stalking. That's what they're doing, and that's what I'm prosecuting McDonald's for. And that's why, as I returned to Upland, California, and now get off the bus and go to that property where I was there hours earlier yesterday, the entity is keeping a fake sun directly over my head when I've already shown you I'm already at the Fontana Lewis Library. It's not existing at the same time. All right, that's the prosecution of an entity, by the way, 50305L2. What I document on a day, on one single day, is speaking to what the entity is doing on a ceaseless basis. It's not trying to reestablish that pattern of conduct on a day-to-day. That's not what this is. This is establishing what is a precedent. This is speaking to what is substantiation for that very specific policy for dealing with the demon-possessed population, 04899B3. While they're telling the world of their condition while I'm documenting, because that's exactly what San Bernardino County Fire Department was doing, driving by me under the fake sun, manifesting directed light while doing so. And I did not get off the bus today. I went to Chino, California at the same time that was the fake sun under me that they were intentionally stalking under, and repeatedly so while they're listening to me document. They're telling their own secrets. 8MXV386. And while they do that, okay, because that's relevant to how I'm going to prosecute those demons of the San Bernardino County Fire Department. That's terrorism. And it's criminal facilitation of terrorism and federal stalking. That's already grounds of federal prison under existing federal law. 77760E3. That exceeds the intent to intimidate and harass. Their intention is to terrorize and violate. 58663R1, 8HFG737, 8EJA003, 8EF, I can't really say that one, 8JYH999, 8YDY880, 88613G2, 8WBX301, 7HHX058, 8UHP234, AWEZUM7, 6AAN916, 6PAS469, 55119N1, 8UUG407, 8UDL072, 8VOP 084, 34387N2, MADMOS, and they're all demons. They're intentionally crossing path in this environment with the light source over my head. The same U.S. bank where I was here in the morning yesterday, and I got on Route 66 and I left this location. The light source didn't go backwards along the same street, left the Fontana Lewis Library to be captured over this street. No. Just in the same way that these demons are touching with directed light, they're under a fake sun. That's not the sun. It's stalking with an environment. 8VDL127, and they're all stalking in that environment together. 7N37496, 6ZED770, 66131V2, 8TWG753. 8HZD964, 7NWT462. And all of them are engaging in that molestation, the perpetual sex offender. These are the demons who are stalking in bathrooms. And that's exactly how they're going to be prosecuted. And I mean the demons in LA, the demons that I have already identified by name by reading their license plates, by the way. That's tantamount to reading their name, identifying them. This is speaking to what is identification of a sex offender, and I am still documenting the minions who I identified them in 2018, 2019, 2020, and they are acting on behalf of 8BRF738, who's a sex offender molesting me to date, while that same pattern of conduct is underway. 7UVK535. All right, this is what the entity has been engaging in, and it's a matter of what is the ongoing documentation as I'm showing you what I already alleged. All right, you're talking about what is going to be amount of time anyway in order to document, especially as the entity wants to engage in obstruction of justice. Now, with regard to creation of policy, you're going to there's going to be policy that's following this documentation because I'm showing you what the state is doing. 78552U2, 7TQM660, 8ZDE668, 7SMJ686, 5E37268. 4UDE810, FISHGRM, 7YRX398, 7BWV602, 7WGC374, 8FNB265, 8WXV386, I believe, 9AAJ867, 8VDV291, 8TIX688, that's 8MXV386, that's the correct license plate, 8GDP375, 42558F3, license 8TYK073, molesting, 7HZS598, and they all are. I just want to say it out loud with some that I cite specifically because they're all molesting. But I'm doing this on purpose. BK93Z08 paper, 8965 5T2, DOGRC8Z, 77490K3, 8ZCY409. And again, this is P.O.C. at third-party facilitating venue, U.S. Bank at 20 East Foothill Boulevard in Upland, California, where the fake sun is right here over me, and the people of the state with U.S. Bank, with McDonald's, who is still in relevant position, with Upland Village, all of the stores inside of Upland Village, which is a shopping center. These demons that are pacing on traffic cameras, because that's what they're doing under the fake sun and direct light. They're pacing. This is demonic activity. They're doing so on traffic cameras. 52542B3. This is criminal activity. All right, so it's currently 12:04 p.m. License 8GOE245, 6WXG095, 7UOT192, 7WME179, OAK054. That's out of state, that's Colorado. 8ZWR640, 8ZAV639, 8B25320, 8LAB274, 42733Y1, 6ZNT122. 6ZRF241. This is a minion. CROB2C. Another minion stalking with these demons that are sitting on the bus, being pathetic minions stalking. All right, holding out their phones while they're sitting in engineer light under a fake sun, being demons. I'm at what is the intersection of Foothill Boulevard and Hospital. We're San Antonio Regional Hospital. A kidnapper. This is where we're at. The fake sun is right here over me. License 8ZTD830. 8W77. Oh, I'm missing this one. License 8BTW218. 78RR797. 95204V2. And that's 8FAC997 or 8EAC997. It's a Hyundai Ioniq 4YLZ166. I'm at Foothill and Grove, I believe. Yeah. At 12:10 p.m. 7MDF146. CN11023. CB60B35 paper. 8 MAH272. These are demons using their phones to create audible activity. Indirect light interface, and they're pathetic. 8 BYN782. That meeting is monitoring with this psychopath sitting on the bus. They're of the same condition. They're demons. License 6TLS247, and this is being driven by employee number 3640, the African American male. Last name Garrett. At least that's what's he's bearing on his chest with his name tag clipped to his shirt. License 41566X2, 8HGJ372.
Stop requested. If possible, please
BG482 handicap.
Posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
65359S1. X2. I read that one. 6TLS247. I read that one. 8H. Yeah, I read that one. BLDY-BUM. 8MAG-925. 7RDJ-904. 8SKP-161. 8JD. I can't really do the rest of them. 8FNB-265. 4PQH-070. 7GPG-417. 12120H3. NKN682, touching with directed light. I showed you what is direct light while I was inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, for example, while I was standing on the second floor, and you saw this demon that was engaged in breastfeeding in this entirely demonic environment, and you saw that directed light that was flashing. This is what the entity is touching me with. I'm sitting on the bus, and a flashing light is touching all over my person, on my hands, on my person, while you're the entity, this employee, 3640, letting off another demon. It's all creating noise. It's an engineered light. It's the P.O.C. And these demons are sitting around on the bus. Systematic maintenance of the elements. It's demonic activity, but it is criminal. This demonic activity is achieving what is, as they are all monitoring with communication devices. It's currently 12:15 p.m. 7ETF534. 6HXB121. 7GPG417 makes a U-turn. That demon is pacing. 7Y73308. 8WPY655. These demons are pacing. Demons walking on the bus, crossing paths. Demons in their vehicles driving by. They're pacing. 8KIR487. 1807322. 8WBX301. 7TBN227. 7ROS048. 7GTF945. 6CIF DO9, I believe. 7MOA 657. San Bernardino County crossing path, covering up their back license plate with a larger trailer. 8NLH 817. 8RZU 918. 86027U2. F908LO. 22722H1. 8WZN604. This is A Plus Sign Shop. License number 1071195. License BE63G61. That's paper. 4UDS. I can't see the rest of it. I just read that. 20972T1. D363FO. 6EVU336. 7MWV. I can't see the rest of them. 1554794. 5UXX598. 65464. Oh, you can scratch that. I can't see the rest of them. 5SXF117. 8GZL. I can't see the last security card. 7VEX545. 8L80763. Cucamonga Water District crossing path at 9754 Foothill Boulevard. That's the Starbucks, and which is monitoring. All those minions in that drive-thru are stalking the path. 5T43273. 6YNA 960. 04790B3. NXL 5351, that's Texas. It's 12:21 p.m. Excuse me. 7ZEW 267. 8STA 314. 9625. I can't really see the rest. 7DTY. I want to say 446, but I can see that last character. You can scratch that. 7WVR 957. 7SWA 222. Group stalking with the Rancho Police. Again, Rancho Police are the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. 8STA 314. 8BRF 761. Vertex crossing path at Haven and Foothill. RPP 708. SQV 173. 6XKN 450. 7MMJ 471. 8KXU. Oh, I can't really see that one. You can scratch that. 8XHX 651, I believe. GLAYE. That is correct. GLAYE.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible, favor usar la puerta trasera.
7FJR 723, 7MMJ 471, 8KKY 315, 8SLU 482, 4MCA 876, 8UOZ 478, 8RZD 9, 8RZD 929, I believe. You could scratch that one. I can see the last character. 7ART 264. 7UAA 071. 6PSF. You can't see the last character. 8FXA 106, 8X16622, I don't know. GDIZGD, probably. It's a demon talking about God is good while they're engaged in a satanic system. Oh, license 7MVV430. License 8LJL602. It's audible activity under the fake sun. License 8JUU877. FXA 106. 7NHJ 245. I'm sorry, 6DGP 134.
Next stop is Milliken. Thank you.
7NHJ24. I read that one already. Yeah, those maybe just make a U-turn. Direct a light while they drive by the bus.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible, favor usar la puerta trasera.
8HCU 163, 6GDC 845. At Milliken and Foothill Boulevard at 12:28 p.m. That demon 8HCU 163 touching with directed light while they are 1, 2, 3 lanes away from me. That's a stalker, that's a demon, that's the perpetual sex offender. License 15781H2, UNEQUE9. That is indicative of the condition of everyone else around you. That's how that recognition of your environment works. It's not just one demon, they're all demons. License 5GQA. I can't see the rest of it. Yeah, 8LSG. Hold on. 5GQA 647. There you go. 8LSG 578. MTSNJIM 8KTS 285. 8B01145, 8GTF 130, 4FST 132, 8J38815, C660B0, 4ZPV 030, 6ZND 681, 8PTU 636, 6XOJ 780, 8SOV 940, 8E85130, 8JAK 623, 6FIS 932. And it's currently 12:30 p.m. Eight NCW 837. LQH390. License 8BWV007, 5XAM. I can't see the rest of it. 55781Z1. 8XUB 972, 6UA 818, 6NVF 293, PZW394 is a demon touching with directed light while they're 2 lanes away from the driver's side. It's a demon. And so is this one behind him. Well, they all are, but I'm speaking to they're engaging in identical conduct, which is impossible to occur. And they're also under an impossibility. I'm showing what is the documentation of a fake sun over them. The people of the state demonstrate their demon possession also as a people. Stalking with directed light. 8NBN766. License Marin Trucking, touching 88585H1. 8KHN749. 50335. 50335G3. Target crossing path. And 7ZQT741. 8NBN766. Drag and directed light on the shade beneath the beside the bus while they're stalking in the path. Highland, California Highway Patrol crossing path monitoring as well, revealing their mutual condition. This is the fake sun at 12:33 p.m. at Day Creek, Victoria Gardens, where I am present yesterday at an earlier hour. I'm already at the Fontana Lewis Library yesterday. Okay, so this is the same venue. Later in the day, after I'm showing you what is the fake sun that follows me to an address where it remains for the duration of the day, that's how I'm able to show you what is setting with that fake sun at that same address. All right, which is what I've already captured at the end of the day at the, for example, the Fontana Lewis Library. It's 12:34 p.m. 6DEH594, 7VZB577, 8SBB729, 7ZJW447, 8VXT852, 7GFL092. 6AXN328, 8GFR561.
Stop requested.
Alright, I did capture video of the Victoria Gardens where I am yesterday at an earlier hour on the route to the same venue, the Fontana Lewis Library. I'm showing you what is, again, yesterday I already took this route, already passed this venue. The light source remaining over the bus, remaining over me as I walk to the library. The next day, that's supposed to be the sun. It's not the sun. That's why I went to Chino and showed you that today. And that's why I went to Pomona the day before yesterday. That's why I remain in Ontario on March 13, 2022, showing you what is stalking with a fake sun. And at Victoria Gardens, the light source is over me. And while I'm on the bus, and you're also looking at what is engineered light that's on the ground manifesting in the shade while this demon is stalking in the path. That demon drove by the vehicle. That is the bus that I'm on, which is taller than the vehicle that they're in, where the fake sun is on the passenger side of the bus. This is speaking to, first of all, what is not the sun, and second of all, I'm just breaking down the common sense of what is nothing other than the demonic. That sex offender who I'm documenting in video is surrounded by directed light. They are stalking and touching me with directed light while they are stalking around the bus, crossing path. What they are stalking while the fake sun remains over me on this bus. And you're also looking at what is a molestation in this video. You'll see my shadow that's appearing in front of me while the supposed sun, which I'm breaking it down, it's not creating any light activity where my shadow is going to appear in this method. These are demons that surround me. They're monitoring while I am documenting them. That's an impermissible threat posed by not only the people of the state, understand the company, the employee driving this bus, the people of the state, the venues that are surrounding. This is the people of the state and the government engaging in that ongoing P.O.C. while you document them. That's relevant to how I'm going to prosecute him. It's also relevant and probative to what is the necessity of that legislation which shall bind these demons engaging in this criminal activity. So this is all that I captured in the video, and this is the same Victoria Gardens where I was at an earlier hour yesterday, and after I am right now already at the Fontana Lewis Library, and you saw that fake sun escort me, if you will, into the entrance of that Fontana Lewis Library. That's P.O.C. It's 12:39 p.m. 8 VRK 396, I believe. 6YXN 837, 8XIE 117, and that is 8 VRK 436, excuse me. 6CTX 297, 8MHK 889. Demons engaging and replicating the same impossible conduct that you see on video. This demon, 8MHK889, is indeed a stalker, a demon-possessed one. And while they drive through the shade that is provided by the bus, because it's taller than that vehicle, they are manifesting that's a demon dragging directed light beside the vehicle. They're stalking. And that's terrorism while they're also monitoring documentation. 8ZFS095. I'm at Etowanda and Foothill Boulevard. It's 12:40 p.m. 7 FRB 207, in case I didn't read that one. 8 RYK 568, 8 MGA 861, 8 ZOK. I can't see the rest of that one. Just that. 8 UBP 074, dragging directed light in the shade next to the bus that's crossing path with impossible light activity. They're demons. License 7WGH 190, 9276683, 7SGW 688, 7YWP 380. See, 9967 1F1, I believe. 109 27W1, 8YAB. You can scratch that one. I can't see the rest of them. 8WF. You can scratch that one too. Can see the rest of them. 5TOL 155. 37863F3. 14239 N01. 8 GTG 731, 7 VEB 450. All of them molesting with directed light, coming from behind me over my head, right? While the again the employee 3640 is driving the bus. That's not going to occur when you're changing lanes. And just like you saw in video, there's no light that's shooting through the windows. That's going to occur naturally. In other words, these are demons that surround that are manifesting light, and these demons are touching all over. They're going to be prosecuted as a sex offender, a violent one. Sex offenders touching all over you together, while the sex offenders knows that you are documenting it, meaning they know you don't have consent to touch them while they're stalking you. All right, that's the conduct of Satan, and that's going to be prosecuted as terrorism as well. It's currently 12:43 p.m.
Mulberry Avenue.
8 ZAH 513. 7YGU 783. 4NJY 181. 42309 DV, that's Texas. 8 CRW 912. RGH 091 at Foothill and Banana, and we're in Fontana now, passing by the Heritage Housing Subdivision. The people of the state are monitoring the Heritage Housing Subdivision. That's why fake centers are moving over me. That's why the people of the state are dragging directed light while they're driving by. That's why I'm being molested on the bus with directed light. And that's how you are stalking, by the way, wherever it is that you live or work, because the environment is providing the ability to monitor wherever you go. You will be prosecuted as a stalker. You're not avoiding that prosecution. I don't care what your name is. I don't care where you're located. In the state, you will be prosecuted. 70 ZD 701. Six RPM 965. 8 UJJ 033. 7 HPF 838. 6 SJ 8384. 8 CKB 610. 8 MNM 768. 8 MNZ 118. 6 TMX 757, I believe. 7304. You can scratch that one. I can't see that one. Centas crossing path 7Z30433. That's not Centas license plate, but that's another third party. 7 HPF. I remember that one. 7B 62051. It's currently 12:46 p.m. 7 ZRN 371. 7 UGP 195. 5 MOM 721. 7. I can't see that one. 7 ZTB 834. 7 VAV 301. It's 12:47 p.m. 8CYH 988. License. I read those. 7 WKW 542 ICECLDV. 8 PEM 632. 5 SVU 421. 8 KYE 363. 8 NKA 234. Amazon Prime Group stalking at American Storage at 14918 Foothill Boulevard. Just sitting in the driveway of that storage. Alrighty, this is how the entity is engaging in what is monitoring through using companies. And also, again, while I have identified what is the P.O.C. and I've shown you and also spoken to what is going to be the creation of legislation prosecuting a company. This is what the entity is doing, by the way, what I'm showing you in Chino. This is a demon that's driving the vehicle with the brand rider on it. The entity is doing this on purpose with regard to using that particular brand. It could have been unknown as the name of the brand on the side of it. It is the P.O.C. Understand what these demons are doing while they are monitoring the documentation. It is a method of what is harassment while they are maintaining, even including parking that vehicle with that logo at another third-party facilitating venue such as Brian's Automotive, where you are being monitored. It is a symbolic threat. Understand what demons are doing. You are engaging in using such brands, which is a method. These brands will be associated with the terrorism that they are engaging in. These are demons that are operating these vehicles with nothing other than logos on them. They are monitoring documentation while the pattern of conduct remains underway, and they are engaging in what is methods of harassment while they are literally listening to me surround them with what is going to be federal law. So parking a commercial vehicle on the side of the street with nobody physically seen in it. And that's supposed to be, first of all, it's a communication of a threat. That's how you're dealing with the demon possessed. The demon possessed are engaging in what is a method of form. So for example, I've shown you what is Amazon Prime. Demons are driving these vehicles and flying these planes, stalking in the path. All right. And as I identify that company will engage in heightening that pattern of conduct that they are engaging in. 7FPU 927. And that logo will appear everywhere that I'm at. That's what they're doing when they're engaging in presence such as cockroaches at the 76 gas station and at the in Ontario, California. That is at the intersection of Philadelphia Street and Euclid Avenue. They're doing it under the fake sun. They're doing it in indirect light. They're doing it where the entity is stalking by plane. All right, this is the communication of that threat while Satan is listening to you identify it. All right, and that's exactly what Amazon Prime represents. They're engaging in demonic activity, and it is criminal. It's surveillance on behalf of the state. Being parked on Foothill Boulevard in Fontana at the driveway entrance of this American Storage under the fake sun and indirect light. is a communication of, first of all, a terrorizing threat by that actor that is monitoring documentation and is also engaging in what is a show of hostility while they're of that condition, engaging in that P.O.C. And so I just want to point that out to you. When you're looking at what is a demon that's engaging in the pattern of conduct, using a specific brand such as Ryder, going out of its way to use that particular brand, in that same way you will go out of your way and prosecute that same brand while the entity is engaging in what is methods of harassment and using a particular logo that you may that you have documented heavily and spoken to the ways in which you're going to prosecute that particular brand, and then just engaging in what is trying to taunt, engaging in harassment, engaging in what is more of that conduct that is criminal and terrorizing while they're monitoring your documentation. 8HCL230, 8VSB031, that is speaking to the hostility of a demon-possessed entity that is working for operating Amazon Prime, for example, Ryder, all right? And they're not alone. This is what 8XAW805 is doing right now. That's a license plate of a demon who is monitoring, doing so as an entity, and the people of the state are going to be prosecuted for that. All right, so license 8FXL240, 7NTG863, and it's currently 12:52 p.m. at Foothill Boulevard in Citrus. 8RNW862, 9F45699, carrying Amazon Prime. All right, that's intentional presence. 8KZZ738 is the same. Demons monitoring under the fake sun directed light, carrying that particular brand while they're listening to me analyze their demented conduct while they're stalking. All right, not engaged in business. You're stalking, engaging in demonic activity, and that conduct is now known, and these are hostile demons. And that demon with that license plate on the front of that truck is carrying an Amazon Prime trailer. All right, it is the P.O.C. under all circumstances. I'm breaking down what is the communication and how the demonic conduct that this entity is engaging in is reasonably construed and how it's going to be analyzed with regard to prosecution. Okay, 8GUU254. SKX, or you can scratch that, I can't see it. It's 12:53 p.m. WFW062.
Jennifer Avenue. Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible, favor usar la puerta trasera.
8SLR191, 7BWB860, 5WLX900, 5DCJ638, 5SLL753, 8XKF326, I believe. And it's currently 12:55 p.m. 8SLR 6NUE077, 40722K3, 8SDA372, 8SVR579, 8KRM803, 8935OD1, 8XKF276, 8YRK809, 8GBT443. 66204Y2, 49517V1, 6V66038, 4WLN362. 7HZU695. Progressive, crossing path, license 7EPS 867, 7VID 633, 8XXP 749, and that was a license plate of, not this last one that I just recited, but when I said progressive, that license plate was the license plate of that progressive. That's a commercial actor engaging in state surveillance. That's a demon driving that vehicle engaging in terrorism while placing me under surveillance with the state. 5 POG 451, 7 GHM 428. M as in Mary.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
4291182, 8XLZ 438, 5302, 4G3, 7WEF 663. $70,057N1, 7X37450. Seven BSG 020, and it's 12:58 p.m. 6SVV 704. Victor Valley Transit, bus 636, crossing path with directed light as well, and they're also under the fake sun at Jennifer Avenue and Orange Way at 12:58 p.m. Metrolink going what is eastbound right now at 12:58 p.m. Alrighty, that is again the African American driving Omnitrans bus number 1219. License plate 1234511, employee number 3640. I'm molesting with directed light as I get off the back of the bus. This is flashing directed light, just like you saw I was being molested. I captured that on video. He's a sex offender. He's representing a company. It is the people of the state. Doing so under the fake sun that is present, arriving at what is 12:58 as I'm arriving at the Fontana Metro train station, coming from the opposite direction on Route 66. Opposite direction meaning the light source is over the bus as it coming to the Fontana Metro train station from Jennifer onto Orange Way, as opposed to what is Route 61. This is another vantage point of understanding stalking with the fake sun, which by the way is not over the Fontana Lewis Library, which is just relevant with regard to where I've been going as of late. It's not over the Open Family Community Library. It's not remaining over the Ontario Town Square. The entity is stalking with the fake sun. It's not remaining over the Upland Public Library, which is the case while I am at those venues, and the light source, which is not the actual sun, is not at the actual sun is not remaining central over the roof of the Upland Public Library, the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, the park of the Ontario Town Square, in the central manners where I'm showing you at the same time where it's over my head. That is not the conduct of the sun. That's not what's going to happen if that was the sun. And I've gone about the feat of showing you, which is documentation. I'll even use the same time while I am, for example, in Pomona versus being in Chino, California. That is not the light source. And it's not only that time, the route that I took, where I was as I got there, and you're looking at that light source, that is engaging in what is impossible, maintenance of presence over me en route to those lights, to those venues, where I'm showing you also, for example, the Fontana Lewis Library at the end of the day, where the entity is then remaining with the light source, and doing so setting with as impossible as that light activity you saw inside of the Chino Branch Library. That's what the entity is doing inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. It's the pattern of stalking with light. All right, it's currently 1:03 p.m. This is P.O.C. Fake sun over me as I showed you in video. This is the pattern of conduct that's underway at the Fontana Metrolink train station. CB77N43, and that is Metrolink. That's audible activity and light creation, light activity that Metrolink is creating. Facilitation. Emergency patrol, FORCE78 is a sex offender engaged in state surveillance under a fake sun and using all kind of strong sounding adjectives all over this vehicle. Security and force. And PPO8287 is a demon. That's their PPO number. They're engaged in state surveillance and they are stalking. It's entirely pathetic, contrary to how they would depict themselves on their vehicle with all these adjectives that they're using. It's Satan and their demon-possessed stalker. It is currently 1:04 p.m. And by the way, that train activity that you hear right now, you cannot hear that inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. In the same way that that's not sunlight inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, it's directed light. In the same way that that's not the sun remaining over me at the Fontana Lewis Library. Obviously, because I'm not there right now like I was yesterday, and the light source is over me. It's P.O.C. W359FO 18210F3 8BGP 940. And that's Metrolink that's arriving, engaging in massive facilitation. All these demons are engaging in crossing and path monitoring with communication devices. That's what that is. 6SLH321. And it's 1:05 p.m. as Metrolink uses the train as a method of light activity and crossing the path, builds up with traffic. All of these demons are monitoring systematically while they're driving by me. 7RCS726. I'm going to prosecute for that. 8VYF041. 7VWG189. 8NIZ807. 8YIX719, 6GYA258, 7WGN192. That's an unlawful threat to your life while you are subject to surveillance and companies just engage in ongoing. I mean, I've shown you what is the wealth of methods by the demon-possessed who engage in massive facilitation. That's an unlawful threat, and it's an impermissible threat while you're monitoring documentation at the whole of the level of your prosecution. You will reach into companies, 7MLC183, and you're talking about what is federal prison. You're not avoiding it. You are not hiding behind being on a train, and I don't know who the conduct know that we're not playing those games. You will be going to federal prison. What the government is doing and who it's doing it through, this is necessary with regard, which shall be the creation of policy whereby companies shall expect you will be subject to what is a criminal prosecution in concert on behalf of a government that is engaged in surveillance through you. And you can be and will be subject to federal prison as you engage in what I continue to document this entity engaging in. It's establishing precedent. It's currently 1:06 p.m. Uh, 5KTF788, 7M19399, 6WLR729, 8CZY383, 8Z97483, 22479H3, 8VAH444, 7KUX971, 6MIP850, 8UUL330, 8PWJ779, 8KAL547, 6ERP684, 7SYP324, BN43M86 paper, 4SFA008, 8RDJ571, 10441Y1, XMD135, 7LZJ779, 5WMJ898. All right, showing you in a still image right now. The timestamp of that still image is 1:08 p.m. And that still image is speaking to a video that I captured at the same intersection. This intersection being Valencia Avenue and Sierra Avenue at 1:08 p.m. And I'm at the same intersection at different times, and I'm showing you what is the maintenance of the fake sun over me. Doing so, which, by the way, by virtue of that, it's an impossibility. That's impossible. Not only is I'm showing you the entity is keeping a fake sun literally over a building that I'm already inside of as a matter of what is my presence yesterday and the day before that. But like I said, the entity is keeping a fake sun over me on a specific street, and you're looking at what is a pattern of mainly 5EDZ865, 7DSE867. This is what the entity is doing. You're talking about what is an abysmal fail at what is, again, movement from quote-unquote east to west. So while, for example, I am remaining on Sierra Avenue, which is a street that runs north and south, the entity is keeping the fake sun over me as I go in any direction. That's what it did on Euclid Avenue, going north and south. And throughout the duration of the day, you're talking about what is keeping directly over me in alignment with me and keeping it moving directly over my head. And as I was pointing out at McDonald's in video, from what is being on essentially my left or right side to my opposite side in the evening, which is supposed to be, again, when you're looking at the big picture, that's all the state is doing. You're keeping the fake sun over me as I'm going in either direction, north or south, and engaging in what is an incremental impossible, because that ain't the sun. But like I said, that's how you're doing it as I go in any direction, north or south, or north or south, and the entity is engaging and keeping that fake sun over me, which is supposed to look as though, and it doesn't look like it, because when you're looking at it, that's why I stay at one address, and that's showing what is the non-movement. It's not the sun. And all the entity is doing, as you see at Valencia, yesterday I'm showing you the fake sun is directly above my head. It's 1:08 p.m. It's later. So you're looking at what is a little bit more to the right. All the entity is doing is keeping it over me, again, as I'm going in either direction, north or south, and keeping that fake sun while I'm going in either direction, north or south, keeping that light source centered around me while engaging in what is ongoing incremental movement from what is from the left to the right, as though the light source is engaging in movement from east to west. But you are looking at that. You're able to see it when you're looking at what is going from east to west at a single address, such as 2301 South Euclid Avenue. Because that's not the sun. From the east side of that address to the west side of that address. And that's what the entity is doing. 7BFX653. And that's how you are keeping one as the center of your universe. And that while you are placing them under surveillance. It's entirely demonic. It's entirely impossible. Incongruent with the very nature, the definition of the sun, the conduct of the sun, the theories that surround it with regard to what's the explanation for example, global warming, climate change. It's nonsense that is in no way addressing what is being documented, which again, upon paying attention to your environment, when you're just listening to what people are telling you, and you're talking about what are minions also. There are more minions than there are not. There are more of them than there are not, okay? But this is speaking to what is the reality of the environment, and it's an impossibility. There's no way for me to control what's above me in the sky. I can't make that up. And as it is surrounding me and maintaining presence around me, which I am aware of, I'm publishing that because you need to understand what's around you as well. It has implications, and it is literally impossible that would be the sun under any circumstances. And that is the pattern. That's all the entity is doing. As I go, for example, like I did today, up and down Euclid Avenue, which runs north and south, all the entity is doing is going from one side of Euclid Avenue to the opposite side, as though that's the sun that's on the east side of Euclid Avenue to the west side of Euclid Avenue. That's how you get a fake sun over me in the morning at Ontario Town Square and setting in alignment with me at that same Ontario Town Square. That's all the entity is doing. That's it. That's not the sun. 8ZMK169. That is non-movement. That is non-movement, and that abysmal failure to mimic what it is that you are listening to generally spoken with regard to, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and not when it's rising in the east on the east side of your apartment and setting on the west side of your apartment, remaining over your apartment all day long. While light that is not possibly occurring as sunlight, which is supposed to be from a sun that's supposedly over your apartment, is somehow appearing inside of the apartment. That's impossible. It's impossible. It's just a matter of paying attention to the pattern. All right, so like I said, that's all that the entity is doing. And the fake sun, as I captured in a still image, it is directly relevant. It is equally probative. I'm showing you what is the fake sun at that same intersection, which is what I have been doing. Not only showing you what is same time while I go from LA County, for example, and then go to an entirely different location. The light source, if that was the sun, would not be central over my head. All right, that's an impossibility. And then also you're talking about, what about the documentation where it's remaining in Ontario over the Ontario Town Square all day? What about that when I didn't go anywhere? How in the hell is it over the branch library in Chino? How in the heck is it over me at the Pomona Regional Transit Center when I'm over? That's impossible. All right, so you're talking about what is, first of all, because it's daytime doesn't mean the sun is directly above your head. And this is not the case. This is what the entity is providing documentation of, but it is implausible, and it's not the case. This is why this is common sense. If you've ever looked up the movement, I'm talking fast and I'm walking at the same time. The ecological address or for example, the latitude and longitude of the actual sun, it has an actual location where it is identifiable where it is located, and its appearance of where in the world it would appear at a specific time to be in the zenith above you based on wherever it is you're at. That is not what this entity is doing. It's keeping it directly over me everywhere that I'm going. That is speaking to what is an environment that is entirely abnormal and unnatural. It's impossible. All right, and it's in direct violation of conflict of common sense. These are demons driving in a civilian vehicle. Look, it could very well be Fontana PD or the Sheriff's Department. 7GCA 663. They're both wearing uniforms with their names, which I was not able to read. They're crossing paths with direct light under the fake sun. 5MHH062 is monitoring with them, and she's standing in direct light. 8TAA085, 8ZOF818. Fontana PD are parked in the parking lot of Fontana Lewis Library right in front of the staircase. 6RBT628. Let me show you this. Okay, I wanted to show you, and that's exactly what I did. The entity engaging in what is stalking by Fontana PD, and they're stalking by sitting in the parking lot in front of the staircase, doing so under the fake sun that's directly over me. And then you have, as I stated, those minions who are in a civilian vehicle. I read their license plate, but I could see their uniforms. They get out of their vehicle. There's a bunch of demons with the San Bernardino County Probation Department inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, representing law enforcement, stalking just like that demon who is stalking in the parking lot. The police, okay? They're engaging in the pattern of conduct with the people of the state, all under the fake sun, which, by the way, I already did this earlier while I arrived at the library yesterday. It's not already over the library. It's over me in the same position, by the way, that it is at 10 o'clock in the morning when I get here earlier. Okay, that's what all that I showed today again as I go to Chino, California. Those are demons, and they are representing demons who are in positions that they have no business in. Those are demons speaking to what is a template. Those are the type that go to federal prison. All right, they are there to engage in what is an ominous stalking, a terrorizing threat, which the people of the state are equally posing. They are hostile to being documented. I do not care. You will go to federal prison for that. Those are sex offenders that are threatening your life while you are revealing and breaking down their whole criminal system. All right, so you've got the probation department and Fontana PD engaging in that act of terrorism inside of the parking lot under the fake sun that is following from the Metrolink train station. That was in no way already present, contrary to what happened yesterday when I arrived at this venue hours earlier. 8BFB515, 7SHV888, 6KHJ972, 8UHK860, 7PKC335, 8YHM584, 8NBL007, 8AIC349, 131WP handicap, 7SJK997, 7PBJ404. And you have what is the entity engaging in that conduct. These are demons that want to get in on it. Let me be clear. They can get in on what is the ongoing P.O.C. at the Fontana Lewis Library, which is exactly why you have the probation department appearing at the Fontana Lewis Library. Are they here to do research on what the actual Constitution provides for? Because they're here engaged in criminal activity, all dressed up in their uniforms, bearing weapons, going into the Fontana Lewis Library. Under the fake sun, it's the P.O.C. Under the fake sun and in direct light while they're monitoring documentation. All right, and like I said, you're talking about what are demons as you are witnessing them engaging in that conduct in that demonic environment, monitoring with the venue that is San Bernardino County. That's what Fontana Lewis Library is. That's P.O.C. It's currently 1:22 p.m. and I showed you, just like I showed you yesterday in the morning when I arrived here at Fontana Lewis Library, the fake sun remaining over the roof as I walked to the entrance. That's exactly what I showed right now after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, arriving here later. And the light source, which is not the sun, is not already present, nor would the actual sun be remaining over this venue all day long until the end of the day. That's P.O.C. All right, and this is speaking to what is harassment by the entity that is San Bernardino County, who is being revealed as a terrorist. They're nothing other than a state facilitating venue engaging in criminal conduct. That's all the San Bernardino County is. They would like to brush it up and look polished, but they're not. They are sex offending, demon-possessed stalkers who are engaging in criminal conduct, calling themselves San Bernardino County, Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. Surveillance is underway. Surveillance, and it's demonic. That's P.O.C. It is currently 1:23 p.m. Monitoring with all the minions that I'm showing you and in the inside of the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library. Walking in bearing weapons, walking all up and down the street, up and down the stairs, patrolling. Let me show you the P.O.C. Hold on. This minion that's monitoring. Excuse me, do you know where probation is? Let me show you this fake sun. This is their form for monitoring. They're monitoring together under the fake sun. Let me show you these demons in operation. Alrighty, documenting the minions that are monitoring with the people of state in relevant position under the fake sun. It's currently 1:26 p.m. P.O.C. Alrighty, documenting what is patrolling through the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library while they're monitoring with the people. These are demons who are hostile, and this is how those demons engage in showing that hostility. Again, you're talking about what is that symbolic, threatening conduct present in the environment while monitoring and documentation, and doing so in concert and on behalf. This is the same thing that Fontana police were doing in that specific environment, engaging in demonic activity, okay? Doing it in plain sight under the fake sun. First of all, it's no distraction from the P.O.C. They are engaging in the P.O.C. while they are directly aware, for example, of everything that I documented today. This is how the Satan sits back and engages in what is harassment while you are documenting it. This is relevant to what is an impermissible threat. These same minions, meaning the minions of the San Bernardino County Probation Department and the people of the state, engaged in kidnapping by an entity. Okay, you have what is the pattern of conduct that is underway while they are then visibly appearing, just walking through the library bearing weapons and doing so because they want to take a tour of the library. The criminal pattern of conduct is underway, but you're also going to document the way in which you're engaging in the pattern of conduct. Not only did I document them, they represent the office that is engaged in criminal conduct through the court system, kidnapping by an entity, and they are also engaging in that facilitation with the venue that is San Bernardino County, the Fontana Lewis Library, who is hostile to the fact that I'm documenting them. This is the conduct of the demonic entity that I'm documenting. So I want to be clear. This is all that is relevant to documenting that that entity, and this is why they are walking through bearing weapons through the library. All right, and answering questions. Oh, do you know where the probation office? That's what I'm showing. Taking pictures of this minion is asking questions about the probation office while they're inside of the. Hi. That's a minion following me to the back of the library. And let me get these minions over here that I'm on. So anyway, I just wanted to get what is relevant positioning inside of the library. The entity engaging in what is communicating a threat by virtue of presence of law enforcement, bearing weapons, engaging in what is crossing path, arriving at the venue, stalking by Fontana police in the parking lot, and stalking by the probation department, entering inside of the venue, just walking through all, you're talking about what is nothing other than satisfaction of that engagement and that threatening activity is being present. And that is the pattern of conduct that the entity engages in prior to the fact that it was prior to being confronted with what is documentation. That's the pattern of conduct that the entity engages in. As I was documenting the people of the state in 2018, who was always arriving, showing up visibly, because they were stalking the whole time. They engaged in visibly arriving, which is what I documented, the police departments. All right, San Bernardino County and Los Angeles County, it does not change. You're talking about what is heavily documented stalking activity. And this is the tactic, this is what the minions engage in, and that's what is relevant with regard to the environment that they are present in while I am documenting and prosecuting the people of the state. And it is a threat that is equally waged by the people of the state who are aware of, because they're monitoring and they know exactly what you're documenting. And you're speaking to the ways in which you're going to bind that entire entity that's acting as one that's not separate. And it is entirely pathetic. That's why I had to get more video of it. They're in the library walking around and they're first of all, they're monitoring, they're stalking, they're pathetic, okay? And third of all, they're looking like the goofy demons that they are. They're around what is engineer light. This is the same venue where the entity is keeping a fake sun all day long. It's laughable what the entity is doing. It's pathetic, and it is of Satan. And then you're walking around bearing weapons. That is on the exterior supposed to look as though you're tough, right? You're actually very fearful while you're hostile because I'm documenting and prosecuting you, all right? And you're doing so on behalf and in concert with this entity at this very venue where I'm at. All of you are under the fake sun, all right? It's direct evidence. And so that is the intent, to engage in threatening, and this is the people, and this is the venue of the Lewis Library as well. It's 1:32 p.m. and that's exactly what I captured. That's a combination of that. It's obstruction of justice upon federal group stalking and monitoring. It is the pathetic entity, the pathetic pattern of engaging and threatening while they are monitoring documentation. It's 1:32 p.m. P.O.C. It is 1:32 p.m. The entity is monitoring and the closing down the cafe area. And this is speaking to what is methods of targeting. They're monitoring here and aware that they're being documented. So I just want to document the arrival, first of all, the probation department closing down the cafe where they're engaging in sexually violent surveillance as well, and monitoring where I am sitting inside of this area. This is the entity that's acting via the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, and also with the people of the state who are inside of the venue, engaging in that pattern of conduct with them. All right, it's 1:33 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, capturing video of what is the same exact demon-possessed entity in the same exact demonic environment with impossible light all around them, engaging in surveillance in the bathroom. And these stalkers are seen in the hallway and amplified audible activity through the men's restroom. This is a demon-possessed minion that goes into the men's restroom to be present in the path. You're talking about what is monitoring with communication devices and monitoring on behalf of the state. You are a sex offender going into the men's restroom to engage in stalking in the path. And this is while you are also a demon engaging in invasion of privacy as well. This is a demonic system, and you are able to prosecute based on that condition and the criminal system that they're engaging in with the state. And so this sex offender is seen exiting out of that private space of the engaging in monitoring and engaging in group stalking, and you see the minions that are standing in the hallway. They are standing in the same exact directed light where I just captured video. You're looking at what is all manner of flashing light and that is inside. They're standing in that colorful directed light. I just captured video. This is what I mean by standing in the evidence, having absolutely zero form, the short memory span of Satan itself while you provide this, and that's what you're doing. I mean, I'm documenting it and you're providing it, and then you want to stand around like you're not engaging in that same exact documented pattern of conduct, like it changes 24 seconds later. That's the psychopath, the delusional one. All right, and it's the same thing with regard to what I'm referencing and remind you about the demons that are the San Bernardino County Probation Department. Exactly what they are. They're demons coming in and communicating a threat while they're monitoring documentation, doing so in concert with the Fontana Lewis Library, who are hostile. They know everything I went out and documented today because I'm documenting them while I'm in Chino and showing you what is not the sun that's over me there, and it's not the sun that's over me here, and that's not the sun that's even outside, that remains outside of this venue in alignment with me, nor is that sunlight that's reaching into the depths to the opposite side of that entrance of that Fontana Lewis Library, nor is that sunlight that's sprinkling and moving apart across the walls inside in the depths of this library, where then those demons are engaging and standing in that light while they are monitoring someone in a private space while their panties are down. That's a sex offender. That's everything that I just documented right now. It's 6:05 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Fontana Lewis Library. It's 8:55 p.m. 8KJS 601, 7PVD 220, 7EE4485, that's Maryland, 7CKZ 125, 7XMG 385, UHC 4063, that's Virginia, 8YAG 380, 7MPR 477. 8VDM 797, 7TRB 775, 6HTN 809, 8UJG 457. This particular demon right here is group stalking, engaging in surveillance in a private space, a sex offender. 5AUA 612, and engaging in that sexual violence on behalf of the people of the state. 4MAY 616, 7ULV 916. 3KHK 597. What I capture an image of, you're understanding what is stalking in the path. These are demons that know what you're doing as you're doing it, know where you are, and the objective is for them to be present in the path for a crossing path. So you have a pack of them standing in the hallway, right in alignment with the bathroom. BBYR 8DR, molesting, 4WXX 733. And they are group stalking. That is surveillance that they are engaging in, and they are intentionally present in that hallway in order to be present as I step out of the bathroom, maintaining presence while I'm inside of the bathroom. At the Upland Public Library, it's the same P.O.C. All right, so while I'm in that bathroom, what's the structure of that building? They've got an elevator there. They have the library desk that's on that bottom floor where the restrooms are. You're talking about what is the minions that are sitting there just engaging in surveillance. So as you're walking out, they're standing at the desk talking to the librarians. The librarians themselves are walking back and forth, crossing path, maintaining presence for the immediate presence in the path upon exit. That's what they're doing at the Fontana Lewis Library. That's what that presence is. And as you saw the directed light, you see it even more vividly. They're standing in directed light. They're standing in directed light all day. You're talking about what are different methods of directed light. Concentrated color directed light, which is supposed to have the form of, oh, it's sunlight. Oh, because that's the sun. All right? But you're breaking that whole thing down. That's not even sunlight, and that would not even be present, even if that was the sun. All right? So the entire system is broken down. These are demons who are stalking your every move, and that obsessive stalking conduct is being documented. While they casually engage in what is trying to appear as though they're doing something, we're just talking. We're just talking. We're just standing in the hallway. I don't even know. I don't know. That's the ongoing engagement of what is public corruption, while demons are engaging in surveillance in a private space. All right, and those demons of the probation department, they came in to engage in monitoring me in my face. They're already monitoring. They come to communicate a threat and do it right before you, while they're also reviewing the legislation that I'm going to pass. All right, so I'm sorry, that I advocate on before, that I seek to influence federal policy with, that I seek to enforce. And they are also doing it while they are communicating a threat. All right, this is the determination, this is the hostility of Satan itself. That's a challenge. It's an unlawful threat to the ordinary target individual. All right, that's a threat to your life. That's the same entity that also engaged in kidnapping. This is exactly what the government does. That's exactly what the government did. All right, and that's what they arrived at the venue to engage in today. License plate 7JXT751, 7FBS316, 8WRX068, 8EKK084, and like I stated, the entity, including the Fontana Police Department, who are engaging in visibly being present to monitor me in front of my face. This is a threat to the ordinary target individual. All right. This is sitting at the farmer's market under the fake sun, in directed light, right in your face. Okay, in plain sight. That is a threat to the ordinary target individual who is suffering in silence, but for documentation, knowing that law enforcement is targeting you, but they're keeping their back. They're looking at someone else. And again, this is with regard to what is the passive-aggressive stalking conduct. Law enforcement straight out targets you as well, straight out picks on you, engages in any method of what is being present before you to encounter you while they are monitoring you, all right, if not kidnapping you. License 975ZRF. That's looks like out of state. 7UHW135. This passive-aggressive stalking, but again, it's not passive-aggressive when you're breaking down the environment, but it's supposed to be passive-aggressive. They're not talking to you. They're there doing something else, all right, having seemingly nothing to do with you. That's the passive-aggressive approach, but it's equally threatening. And I want to be clear, the entity engages in that, it is equally threatening. The entity is doing this while it is monitoring documentation now. It has never done this before. Okay, it's never been approached with this before. 8UGS389, it's never been prosecuted for this either. It's going to be first time for that. So 16250H3 master line, that's a demon that's monitoring with the state, that's flying over, stalking by helicopter. And that's exactly what the probation department was engaging in. I got all their numbers, all those demons' faces, and they will be paying federally for that. 6SPX527. That's the foolishness of Satan. That's the conduct that Satan engages in. Pay attention to my website, thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com, where I published what is already published, but all I did was publish it again on my website, what is with regard to the kidnapping that this entity engaged in on September 25th, 2020. On September 25th, 2020, where the entity engaged in kidnapping from third-party facilitating venue Economy Inn. License 8YTL624. 5SKB502. From Economy Inn, the same venue where you saw the fake sun going back and forth over Euclid Avenue, over that property as I was on a bus, going from that property. And what you saw also, what are you paying attention to? How that fake sun is not stationary over that property. It's starting over where I am on the 14th, rising at 435 South Bonview. You're the entity keeping the fake sun over the museum as I'm sitting there. What have I also been documenting? The state keeping a fake sun over 630 North Fern while I'm inside of the vehicle, sleeping outside of that venue. Not keeping it over, there is no actual sun rising over the property of 2301 South Euclid Avenue, which is what I documented as I remained there subject to the state surveillance system, while they engaged in kidnapping me from that venue, Economy Inn. Economy Inn is nothing but a venue where the people of the state engaged in criminal summoning and kidnapping. This same entity, the Fontana Police Department, were engaged in kidnapping. They participated on December 4th, 2020. They were in relevant position. They were engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring while an ongoing kidnapping by entity was underway. All right. They are engaging in the pattern of conduct with the excuse me, not the Sheriff's Department, but the Sheriff's Department, but I'm specifically referencing the minions that appeared today on camera for me to document. It's almost like Satan is saying, "Oh, me, don't forget about me." The probation department, they engaged in kidnapping. They literally just arrived today to demonstrate they indeed were engaged in kidnapping by an entity as I documented them. Not that I needed it. It's a fictitious case. They asserted fictitious warrants. The probation department literally participated in a fictitious prosecution. That's grounds of federal prison right there. They were engaged in kidnapping. And those demons demonstrating that demon possession today in that demonic environment, pacing around inside of the venue, present under the fake sun, in directed light, while they are monitoring. And that's exactly what they were doing while they were engaging in fictitious prosecution, exercising fictitious authority under the law that they don't even actually have. license 7HOE807. And that's why they arrived, by the way. They're the same demon-possessed entity, agency, engaging in that criminal conduct, which was obstruction of justice. That's why you have a fictitious prosecution brought against me, because an American citizen is asserting their rights. This is why this federal law is necessary. And those demons arrived today, I don't know, thinking that they found some caveat in the policy that I advocate, because it's not some criminal summoning. I'm just approaching every vantage point. Actually, probation department, they can walk in there. They need to read a book. I bet you they can't even spell Constitution. But with regard to the entity arriving today, you're talking about what is the policies with regard to the entity using their position that they have, arriving pursuant to law enforcement. They are a branch of law enforcement. They are engaged in the pattern of conduct. It is a terrorizing threat, and it is harassment, and it is speaking to what is an impermissible threat while they're monitoring documentation at this point. But like I said, it is the same branch of what is law enforcement. The state is acting directly via the probation department. And in addition to that, you're talking about what is, I guess that's supposed to be different from what is criminal summoning for the probation department to go in versus another branch of law enforcement. This is asininity. It is criminal conduct, the same environment that those demons are pacing around in. They literally arrived under a fake sun that I showed you, and the entity dragged all around over me. And none of that is coexisting with what is years of documentation, but let alone what I documented 48 hours ago when it's over me stationary in Pomona, okay? On the route to Pomona and then back to what is Fontana. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I'm already, documentation establishing, I'm already in Fontana. What the hell is this over my head then? That's the question. That's not the sun, and it is impossible. And those idiots, that's what they are. They're idiots. You're dealing with Satan, woefully unprepared for its prosecution. Okay? The entity shows up to engage in monitoring in your face. Let me show you what, I'm going to tell you what that is. That's an impermissible threat. It's impermissible. Impermissible, so impermissible, you'll go to federal prison for it. All right, well, you see the maximum casual, thumbs up, okay, yeah, all right. That's the P.O.C. Those are demons, 7XZA, 768. But let me tell you what is the reality. They're so scared that they showed up in order to, that's how Satan conducts itself. I'm that important that they went out of their way to come monitor me in person. That's actually what's going on there. All right. You're talking about what is going out of your way by virtue of you're examining, you're witnessing how I'm prosecuting you. You know exactly what I documented. So you go out of your way to show up, which is to your own detriment and the people who are monitoring with you, because I'll prosecute you for that as well. All right, that is a pattern. That's a pattern of threatening. That's all Satan has, is just trying to threaten you. That's all he tries to do, just threaten you. 8JUI809, 8GAB933. And guess what? That demonic pattern, that's going to translate into prosecution. That's going to translate into what is federal penalties. Okay, it is referred to as the government license 8JRT965 that does not have any permission to place you under surveillance and does not have any permission to threaten you while doing so, and threaten you while you want to then become aware of it and or document and prosecute, which you have a constitutional and human right to do in the U.S. 7YNX763, 8UGB816, 8FAM652, 8N, I can't really see that one. 87X, oh, I can't see that one either. You can scratch that one. Let's see. 8WQK. Oh, they're all dimming their license plates. This is funny. Anyway, the entity does not have any right, and you're going to, in every way, enforce and enact extraordinarily severe federal penalties for that very show that those minions, because that's what they are. They're minions walking around in uniforms. They're literally minions. Their shadows were basically standing up, the fake sun right above, and they were pacing around, trying to look normal while those were demons who were pacing around. You pay attention to what they were doing, and I'm speaking to the police department, Fontana Police. He was parked in the parking spot. That demon that's listening in real time to everything that I was saying with regard to what I was speaking at that time about was all the what the entity is doing with the fake sun. All the entity is doing is keeping it over me as I go, for example, north or south, and it's keeping it steadily over me in whatever location I'm at, whatever direction I'm going, and keeping that fake sun directly over me in such a manner for the duration of the day, progressively from what is quote unquote east to the west. So that's why if I remain on Euclid Avenue, for example, which runs north and south, all the entity is doing is keeping it from on the left side of me to the right side of me at the end of the day, which is supposed to be the east and the west, and that's not even the sun. And you see it even more vividly, like I stated, when I just stay at one address all day long. There is no way in hell, excuse my language, but that is like the ridiculous. That's why you have to document it, because you have to see that. But even when I don't remain at a one address, I've documented in all manner of ways to show what is unmistakable, and it is absolutely impossible. Under all scenarios, under all circumstances, it's not the sun. And so this is speaking to what is affecting everyone. The reality of Satan, whatever you want to call that, evil, whatever you want to refer to it as, it is very real, it's demented, it's wicked, it's twisted, it's abnormal. It's a scientific impossibility, all right? And scientific impossibility is synonymous with what is demonic. You can feel it, whatever you want to refer to as demonic, but it's not normal. And this abnormality is in the environment for an ongoing purpose, a very real purpose, a deliberate purpose, and it is present intentionally for you to remain ignorant of it, all right? You're supposed to be remaining ignorant of that. So anyway, with regard to the entity engaging in that pattern of conduct, this is what I'm speaking of in the Fontana Police Department. He's listening to every word. They're monitoring, but this is what I was speaking about. If you recall, this is what I'm speaking of. And at this time, I'm approaching the Fontana Lewis Library. The moment that I began referencing, this Fontana police are in the parking lot, this demon immediately starts moving his vehicle. You're paying attention to what is pacing, okay? Pacing around. What are demons doing? They're moving around in this engineered light. Because that's all that covers the ground. This is not ordinary sunlight. That's not the sun. Engineered light is all over the place. And I've shown you what are different methods of engineered light. At nightfall, during the day, you're looking at what is the engineered light that you're seeing. It's supposed to appear as what is like sunlight. That's the demons that are casting light, manifesting light while they're just driving by. Okay? That's not sunlight. It's manifestation of light. Demons do that. The entity engages in this light activity in, I will say, measures, because the entity engages in the entity engages in it while it's monitoring my documentation. For example, as I'll start shooting a video, they're engaged in all matter of a Star Trek light show. You'll hear me document on podcast. As soon as I pull out my camcorder and start capturing video, though, those demons immediately stop. All right. Now, on hundreds of occasions, obviously, I've caught them. And then they'll just keep doing it once I catch them. 1-302-442. And this is what you see inside of the venue as well. This is literally the personality of Satan. All right, as you are stripping down this environment, it's the personality of Satan. It's not a matter of it being normal. It's totally abnormal. The entity never wanted to be caught engaging in this conduct, which I have applied a nomenclature for. This is abnormal light. It's directed light. It's concentrated on my location. It's concentrated on me. You're directing it on me. It's hence the term directed light. But it is engineered. It's not normal light. This is light that is like, this is different type of light. It is light that actually is alive, if you will. But that's actually kind of ironic, because these are acts of death. This is wicked. It's of Satan. But with regard to what is the living active light that it is, it's not normal light. That is what I mean by that. So anyway, you're paying attention. The objective of the demon possessed in this environment, which surrounds you, is to move around. As they move around in engineered light, it's activity creation. They're monitoring with communication devices. This movement, this activity creation, combined with what is audible activity as well, or sensational activity, all right, activity in general, in this engineered light, while they are maintaining presence. Demons are engaging in hovering presence all around. You just do not know it. All right, so you're aware of the environment. When you're aware of the environment, you are aware of the fact that you are surrounded. And you're surrounded by what is a spiritual, how the best way to say it, because you're talking about on the outside, you're dealing with what is spiritual. Hence, spiritual is something that you cannot see. All right, so you're talking about what's a predator that's stalking, focused on me while I'm in the bathroom, and knows what I'm doing while they're standing in the hallway and I'm in the bathroom. Okay, they're not looking at me, they're not physically in the bathroom, but a demon knows you're dealing with Satan. They know exactly what's going on in the bathroom. All right, it's not a coincidence, in other words, that they're standing in engineered light in relevant position and are doing so while I am inside of the private space. They're stalking in the path. But with regard to what is, while I'm referencing spiritual, I'm speaking to what is invisible to the eye. You cannot physically perceive it, okay? You are talking about when you are understanding the environment you are in, it is a direct indication of the condition of those who are surrounding you. You're in that environment, you're surrounded by an environment, you're surrounded by the demon possessed, you're surrounded by Satan. All right, and Satan is a hovering, delusional with regard to what I'm prosecuting it now in all manner of ways that was, not anticipated. The ability to use objective evidence and in a court, that which is of the supernatural, essentially, thinking it's a criminal act, by the way. This is the P.O.C. That was intended to never, ever, even if it was suspected, how are you going to prosecute it? This is the mindset of the demon possessed, all right? And so this is great hostility as I am not only revealing it, but confronting it and exposing it and prosecuting it, okay? And as I'm approached with demons that wear law enforcement uniforms, they are demons nonetheless. They are inferior. They are stalking me. All right. You're talking about what are pathetic minions, and they're just wearing law enforcement uniforms that I will strip them of. OK, they are there at that venue stalking me, focused on me. That's how important I am. That's how pathetic they are. OK, and that's exactly why I document them, because they're engaging in criminal activity which was a once upon a time not known. You don't even know what they're doing around you. They're violating your human rights, okay? You are placed under what is surveillance by a government. But when the entity engages in conduct such as stalking you everywhere in helicopters, stalking you and kidnapping you by those very officers, all right, who are engaging in then using a different face, the same law enforcement agency to be present in the room around you in the same environment while the entity is stalking by hell, it's not different. It's not different. It's demonic activity. And you're talking about, again, delusional psychopaths. You will go to federal prison. All right, molesting. Omnitrans molesting with this demon that touches me with directed light. License plate 1202898, bus 1206. They're one entity. That demon touches me with light. Omnitrans is touching me with light. It's 9:15 p.m. So this is the significance of that. And so you're paying attention to what is the objective. The objective is activity creation, this engineered light, always present. This is why they're going to be prosecuted as what is a perpetual sex offender. This ongoing environment is to be present everywhere. This is why the entity is stretching through the entirety of the Fontana Lewis Library. That is so impossible. It's not even funny. And that's why I captured on video. There is no legal argument. If you're present inside of that venue, you're engaged in P.O.C. You don't have a legal argument. And as a matter of justice, you shall, let me be clear. You don't have one. They're demons and you're caught. But let me break this down. Even if you want to try to slice apart and say, okay, well, you don't know if everybody's a demon. You could say whatever. A system of surveillance is underway. And as a matter of justice, where the government is monitoring via this environment, you are, by virtue of your presence, facilitating it, whether you want to claim knowingly or not. And you will be prosecuted for it. Period. All right. So like I said, this is nonetheless, though, this is demonic and it is entirely malicious. And the entity engages in the conduct that you see, doing it right in your face. And so the objective is activity creation in this engineered light. And you're paying attention to what was the pacing by the Fontana Police Department. The entity is parked, and he represents the entity. The Fontana Police represents the entity. The entity is parked in the parking spot. He starts moving out of the parking spot as he's listening to me document his presence. He starts moving. You pay attention to my background in the video because I'm speaking and I'm pointing out the environment, but you see him in the parking lot. He drives past the fire department. He keeps his brake lights on. Then he takes his foot off the brake. Then he makes a U-turn and he comes back up the street. You see immediately the probation department. Those minions that I pointed out on my podcast, I documented them. They were all of them men hopped up into one car, no logo on it, no nothing, but I saw their uniforms. They all hopped into an SUV together, okay? Front seat and back seat, filled up the car and hopped out. While the Fontana Police, you're looking at him, he's pacing. He drives down the street. He's using his vehicle as light activity. He's moving back and forth in the engineered light. The fake sun is right over my head. He drives back up. He turns. I point that part out. You're seeing the probation officers in front of me. He turns to beyond what is learner, I believe. And I'm pointing out with my finger, he's pacing because that's what he's doing. And you're also looking at what is the crossing path by the probation officers. They're on foot. They are pacing together. Pay attention to what the probation officers are doing on foot. They are walking on into the parking lot. They are walking away from me. All right. And then they walk back toward the entrance they're pacing. They are pacing in engineered light. These are psychopaths. They want to appropriate their conduct. In other words, they want to look normal. Oh, you're not even ordinarily paying attention. Oh, but you're going to break this down. You're dealing with demons. And they engage in the same conduct. Those demons were pacing back and forth. And that's what you saw them doing inside of the library as well. They walk down the stairs. after they did a quick research research about some whatever they're doing. I'm being funny with that. They're at the Fontana Lewis Library. I guess they're looking for somebody that's violated probation or something, which would be, let me be clear, criminal summoning. All right, there's no caveat. They're monitoring, first of all, but they're also what it represents law enforcement. And so this is the pattern of conduct that's underway. Alrighty, this is bus number 1332. And the entity is stalking by a helicopter, and so I had to stop real quick and show you. I captured 2 videos. They're 2 short videos because I think the first one stopped for whatever reason. I was doing more than one thing at one time, speaking to this minion that's monitoring me, but that is also operating the bus. And this is employee number 3528 who's monitoring with the state that's flying over it, following from the Fontana Lewis Library by helicopter. Just like I document on my podcast, I was standing outside and the entity sounding helicopter flies right over my head by helicopter and follows to the Fontana Metrolink train station, and every minion on this bus is monitoring as well. And I'm referencing the surveillance cameras. It's 9:20 p.m. They're sitting on the bus monitoring, engaging in what is the passive-aggressive conduct of psychopaths, demonstrating their demonic hostility while they are all being quiet while the entity is stalking by helicopter. That's the conduct of the demon-possessed. You're talking about what is documentation on surveillance cameras. 7YTE813 is monitoring as well, and the entity is engaging in what is the ongoing conduct with directed light, and the entity following me from place to place with helicopter, which is also that ongoing pattern of conduct. So I just want to make sure I document that. It's currently 9:20 p.m. That's 2 videos that I captured, and all these minions sitting on this bus are monitoring with Omnitrans. This is the people of the state engaging in what is an impermissible threat. It is currently 9:21 p.m. 8 PYY 634. They are not separate, and let me be clear, the entity stalking by helicopter, the entity stalking by the San Bernardino County Probation Department, the entity stalking by Fontana Police Department. This is an ongoing communication of a threat by the people of the state. The ordinary target individual will have the ability to document, and they will go to federal prison for that. The entity is engaging in an ongoing threat to your liberty while you are engaging in what is documenting them, placing you under surveillance. That's what the fuck. So anyway, that's a third party that's engaging in what is audible activity, which is serving to monitor. And I'm just responding to what is a minion. It's currently 9:22 p.m. And this is the minion that's stalking with the state that's flying by helicopter. All right, speaking on behalf of the entity. License CC15C89 paper. 8Y. Oh, I can't really see that one. But it's currently 9:22 p.m. This is P.O.C. What I was... Hold on a minute. I'm going to stop this one. I'll start another one. Alrighty, with regard to what I was documenting about the pacing conduct, you're going to pay attention to what the Fontana Police Department was doing in this vehicle. They were pacing in that vehicle, and then they were pacing in concert with the probation department while they are walking in the parking lot, getting out of that vehicle, walking away from me, and then walking toward me as I'm showing you the engineered light that's appearing in the shade beside the vehicle. This is all manner of the P.O.C, and they are pacing around in the engineered light, and then they're walking toward the entrance. All right. The entity is inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, and by the entity I mean that is the San Bernardino Probation Department. They walk upstairs. All that they're doing is waiting for me. They're present to engage in nothing other than the pattern of conduct. They just want to engage in crossing path, which is stalking, being present at the venue, stalking in your face. This is the government acting directly. The government that you are documenting. The government that you are documenting engaging in such impermissible, threatening activity is that what you document, and they go to federal prison for that, period. All right? The entity is 52825S2. I just want to document that license plate. 8MV019. The entity is engaging in that threatening conduct by stalking by helicopter, okay? And doing so in a specific environment. Even outside of what is the specific environment that I've shown, which is in conformity to that pattern of conduct, the entity is engaged in heavy-duty stalking by helicopter. That in and of itself is incredible, all right? That is the P.O.C. in and of itself, but the entity is doing that always in a specific environment as well. The people of the state are directly engaging in that. They're psychopaths that are threatening with that entity, thinking that it's separate from, well, I'm not going to go into what they're thinking. Their conduct is such that they're just looking the opposite direction. They're oblivious about what is the flashing, flickering light all over the place and the helicopter that's flying around in circles while you are documenting. That's a psychopath. That's a psychopath. That's the conduct of Satan. All right. You can document them looking in whatever direction you want to, and you document that, and you're talking about what is the penalties for engaging in that conduct. So that is that's the pattern of conduct underway while I'm going to what is the Fontana Metrolink train station, and the entity is engaging in stalking. flying around in circles over the Fontana Metrolink train station, which I documented in 2 videos. And the entity is engaging in what is stalking by. Hold on, let me listen to this minion. This is the minion that this is the minion that I captured an image of. Is that supposed to be a threat minion?
Police are coming.
Oh, okay. That's a minion. And this is a minion that is an ignoramus, but you're still going to hold this ignoramus accountable for what is speech on behalf of the entity. That's why you don't monitor with the government, because you're going to prosecute. 8YTE437. Anyway, like I said, that was a threat. Talking about the police are coming. He's monitoring. Directed light is on the bus. And the ordinary target individual has, again, this is what I'm advocating on behalf of. Everything that the entity is stating is on behalf of that entity that is monitoring, and it is with that same criminal intent to threaten and harass while you're documenting. Whether this is an ignoramus that is drunk or not, you're dealing with Satan. All right, and you're going to prosecute based on the audible activity. That's why you don't engage in group conduct, because everybody's going down together. All right, it's currently 9:26 p.m. and that was a threat of the police are coming while he's monitoring. Okay, so anyway, like I was stating, the entity, don't be distracted by that. The entity is engaging in what is pacing by Fontana Police Department and the San Bernardino County Probation Department, and what I documented right now, the entity is stalking by helicopter. This is the same entity stalking by helicopter where I am on a nightly basis at the museum. Okay, and when I was sleeping outside in the vehicle outside of 630 North Fern, outside and over that vehicle as well. Okay, this is the ongoing stalking pattern, and doing so through the entity that is acting through the this is the entity that is acting via the probation department and the Fontana Police Department. So anyway, this is P.O.C that you're listening to in the background. This is actually the fury of Satan personified through a minion. You got directed light cycling through the middle of the bus. The entity is flying over me by helicopter, as I documented before I got on the bus. And you're listening to what is audible activity. This is employee number 3528, by the way, monitoring with this minion. And this minion's on surveillance cameras pacing to the front and back of the bus. 8GOW200. All right, these are the baboons. They're buffoons. They're literally, they are the cockroaches of humanity. 40921W2, I believe. I can't see the rest of that license plate.
Much money I'll pay on it. What the fuck about this fucking bus?
It's audible activity. P.O.C. Referencing the surveillance cameras as well. He's on camera. What was that? Say it louder. Say it louder. Oh, you're not too drunk. Say it louder. Say it louder. Say what you just said. You were so brave 2 seconds ago. Speak up, Satan. What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said you beautiful.
No, you didn't. You're lying. I suggest you shut up, because all of y'all gonna be prosecuted for that. All right. So anyway, like I said, this is harassment by a hostile entity. So this is the entity engaging in the pattern of conduct. It's audible activity, and this is how Satan engages in what is harassment. It's audible activity. And upon asking Satan to speak up, then he doesn't want to repeat himself while he's cussing under his breath. All right? Knows exactly what I'm doing, which is documenting. And I'm documenting the employee that's driving this bus as well. That's P.O.C. That's the cowardice that you're confronted with. I'm asking this minion to repeat himself. Speak up. Anyway, it's 9:28 p.m. This is P.O.C. Again, this is employee 3528. This is a minion that's monitoring who you see on video while the entity is flying over me by flying in relevant position by helicopter while I'm standing at the Fontana Missouri train station. Following from, I'm standing at the sidewalk again. I just want to make sure I reiterate this. I was capturing a podcast of license plates while the entity flies over me at the intersection of Arrow Boulevard and Sierra Avenue, following to the Fontana Metrolink train station. And that's when I captured video. That employee is monitoring, okay? And everybody on the bus is monitoring. And what you're listening to is Satan. This is a demon-possessed person who is hostile. And this is how the entity engages in what is that threatening conduct and harassment. Cannot stand to hear me rattle out the analysis of how I'm going to prosecute it. And this is audible activity while he's sitting in directed light. And this minion is focused on me, Okay, the entity engages in this conduct while they're monitoring, being loud, as I've documented on the phone. This demon is focused on me. They're monitoring. 8UVH454 is harassing as well. They're one entity monitoring together. Okay, this is P.O.C. and I captured a series of images of this demon who is also on the surveillance cameras. Your mom is a hoe. Your mother is a hoe. She is, and I'm sure she's a minion just like you. I'm sure she's a minion just like you. I'm sure she's a minion just like you. I'm sure. That's why you're focused on me? Is that why? Why don't you turn around? Why don't you turn around, Satan? If I'm so stupid, why are you focused on me? Because you're a loser and you're a stalker. Why don't you focus on that directed light you standing in?
Ain't nobody.
And the employee that's driving this bus should be addressing you, but they're not because they're monitoring with you, and I'm going to prosecute him as well. That's P.O.C. That's why this minion is focused on me. It's currently 9:31 p.m. The license plate of the third party that I'm reading, they're monitoring to this audible activity. Again, that is 3528. That is the entity that's monitoring. You hear how he's not addressing this, but this third party is standing up, going repeatedly to the front, to the back to the seat. That's pacing. They're monitoring. He's yelling, talking about I'm being an annoyance, while he is yelling and disturbing the entire ride and engaging in what is threatening conduct, standing up, calling me out of my name, focused on me. All right, but you'll have what is reciting rules about stay in your seat when I'm documenting. That's the P.O.C. This is the conduct that I'm documenting, and this is attributed to the entity. So I just want to pay attention. I want you to pay attention to that because I pointed that out before. And the reality is that you're dealing with what is a minion that knows that I'm documenting and wants to in any way try to interrupt that and and irritate, frustrate that purpose, and they're not. I'm documenting. This is audible activity, and this minion cannot stop focusing on me. That's what's so pathetic about Satan. Okay, this is what you're seeing when the entity is stalking by helicopter. You're stalking though. All right, you're stalking. That's what you're focusing on. I am the center of their universe. This is P.O.C. It is currently 9:32 p.m. and employee 3528. I'm going to prosecute him as well. This is P.O.C. This third party reciting sorry ass bitch, sorry ass hoe, and directed light. This minion is reciting hostility and acting it out on behalf of a demon-possessed entity. That includes the Fontana Police Department. That includes the Probation Department. That includes commercial actors such as Ryder and Amazon Prime. The Ontario Police Department. The Fontana Lewis Library. They represent the people of the state. I'm documenting an entity. This demon is speaking on behalf of that entity. This is the fury that this entity holds, especially Omnitrans, while I'm documenting and prosecuting them. All right, this translates into a prosecution, but I want you to understand the demonic activity that's underway. Every hoe and bitch coming out of his mouth is coming out of the mouth of the government that was stalking by helicopter, stalking by law enforcement. You're going to prosecute for that. That's a threat to your life by the entity engaged in that, and that's speaking on behalf of the state. I will prosecute for that.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
Redwood Street. requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
You got a little taco stand. Demon stalking with light on both sides of the street. This is at what is Cherry and San Bernardino Avenue. Kenwood, that's the nearest venue that I see at the intersection. They're monitoring. And so are these minions that are on the bus. They're monitoring while the bus is being surrounded with that activity creation. It is, excuse me, not Kenwood, Kenworth at Cherry Avenue. This demon's license plate 8UMU480. Again, documentation of what is harassment on behalf of an entity. These demons are hostile while I'm prosecuting them and documenting and showing their entire cartoon-like environment while they're stalking with a fake sun and not even real sunlight, engineered light. And then you're talking about what is, again, to your ignorance, you're just thinking it's some random drunk person that's harassing and cussing you out. No, actually, it's an entity that's placing you under surveillance. And you're talking about what is the entity having a third party that's monitoring you on the bus. And engaging and voicing that hostility. And they're one entity acting as one. The same entity that is acting as one that is stalking and following by helicopter. They're one entity acting as one. That is what this is about. It's demonic. Okay? It's hostility. It's harassment by an entity. And you prosecute for that. This is called terrorism. It's currently 9:37 p.m. And so, excuse my language, but I am dealing with what is of the demonic, and so I will put Satan in his place. I won't, if you've noticed, I will not hesitate to do that. But I will mark this episode as one with including adult language. But you need to know the realities of dealing with a government that's threatening your life, or you're placed under surveillance by the state. It's a threat to your life. It's a threat to your liberty. All right, you're talking about what is the entity's pattern of conduct, which is to lash out, which is the conduct of Satan, when you put Satan in his place. All right? But nonetheless, Satan is to be put in its place. It's not avoiding it. You're just dealing with what is a wild, lawless animal that is going to be tamed and just refuses to cooperate. But cooperation or not, you either want to go to federal prison or you get in line. But I will get you together. All right? It's currently 9:38 p.m. P.O.C. 7FFP 917, a demon stalking with activity. Knowing exactly what I'm doing on my phone. Stalking in the path on San Bernardino Avenue. It's 9:39 p.m. 7FFP 917, 7MNV 843 are touching with light. 309845. Oh, I can't see those ones. 30984, and I can't see the last two characters. I'll get in a second. 30984E2. 30984E2 is molesting with directed light. And so is 7XET120. 7TTS689. CBZ2E04, I believe, paper. Six WWP 345. Eight WGN 254. 8 EVF 005. 7 TTS 689. these minions patrolling onto the bus. They're demons, one crossing path after another, molesting. While they're sitting on surveillance cameras, they're sex offenders engaging in monitoring together in concert with employee number 3528. All right, these are sex offenders then sit around on the bus monitoring with communication devices. It is 9:50 p.m. and this is the same entity engaging in communicating a threat with the state that stalks by helicopter. That's the prosecution of the people of the state. All right, monitoring with these demons who are touching with light. They're one entity. All right, and while they're crossing the path, they're touching, also molesting at the same time. And specifically, bone and broth Vietnamese cuisine, the McDonald's inside of the Ontario Mills, the 76 at the Ontario Mills, demons lying in the path, engaging in the same identical conduct, aiming light toward the bus in the same parking spot while the entity monitors documentation. That's the conduct of Satan. And that's exactly what it is because it's in a specific environment. It's P.O.C. All right, it's currently 9:51 p.m. Touching from the parking lot of McDonald's. That's a demon manifesting light. And all these demons over here are monitoring that are sitting on the bus. Alrighty. That is currently, by the way, 9:51 p.m. That is, again, from the parking lot of, there's a bone and broth Vietnamese cuisine right here. And this McDonald's that's inside of this, inside of this Ontario Mills. And the address of this McDonald's, a sex offender just like the one on Foothill in Upland, California, 4310. Okay, monitoring with these as a sex offender, the people of the state, right? All manner of documenting that ongoing POC. You got one minion that's speeding off and they're not avoiding anything, and McDonald's is engaging in a sex offense while they're in there creating their crack-filled French fries and monitoring in concert with the state. Okay, so it's currently 9:52 p.m. This is the McDonald's at Ontario Mills. License 8TYN504 is a sex offender as well, molesting. And molesting while I'm documenting criminal activity. That's the sex offender. While it knows that I'm documenting it. 8MBC004. And I have all close-up images of all those demons that are stalking and engaging in that sex offense. While they're getting on the bus, crossing path, they're engaging in criminal conduct. They are crossing path. They're not boarding any bus in the same way that employee 3528 isn't driving a bus. You're stalking on behalf of the state.
Inland Empire Boulevard.
8GGP 789 PRECIA2, I believe. KLL315 and 7ZLK109. Penske is crossing path on Haven Boulevard as well. It's currently 9:56 p.m. 8SBT 205. M2 7WZX 673. 7WAA 561. Criminal summoning Ontario police at the Ontario airport. Demons driving around the perimeter, and Ontario police in a white pickup truck just using their lights. Light activity. They're monitoring on the ground to the Ontario airport, and this is an iteration of the same exact P.O.C. By the way, it's 10 p.m. And I took a picture of that from what is my vantage point on Airport Drive on the bus. And Ontario Police are on the property within the gates where demons are driving along past the parking gate area. They're just driving around the perimeter. And Ontario Police are being demons stalking in the path. They're demons using a police vehicle. And light activity, this is demonic activity and is also criminal surveillance. And that's what I just took a picture of. And that's with regard to translating into policy, a prosecution, it's criminal summoning. 8 CNV 735. The criminal misuse and abuse of their vehicles to engage in criminal conduct with the people of the state's facilitation as well. License 7YWV 283. Stalking in the path. TVH 598. That's out of state. 8UDG 991, 8BHE 854, 7VMJ 598. The courtesy shuttle, which is monitoring with the police as well, 59496H3. License 8MBC 947. Let's see, license. These minions hold up their trunks so you can't see the lights, but they're funny. 75897U2, 6161082. That's Bell Cab. 22646U1. That's Bell Cab. 8UA 887, I believe. And it's currently 10:01 p.m. I already read that one already. 8GTA 183. This is light activity created by Omnitrans while they stop at the bus stop on the grounds of the airport. They're monitoring. And Ontario Police are in alignment, stalking in the path, creating light activity still. It's facilitation and then crossing path while I'm on the bus. All of those demons at the airport, all of them using their hazard lights. It's massive P.O.C. 8VCR 235. And again, on the bus, directed light. All right, this is the ongoing P.O.C. 5THH 924. This is demonic activity. 4YQY 642. And that's the demon driving the courtesy shuttle vehicle. 8GKS 106, MIA MY Heart 6BEA 229, 8ZAM 643, 7VPB 232, 8JSK 704. This is state facilitating venue of the Ontario Airport. It's 10:03 p.m. Same Ontario Airport where there was no fake sun at 11:36 a.m. or even 3 hours earlier, depending on what time I get on the Route 61 and go past this venue, because as I documented, as I go to Chino and then I go to Fontana, getting on Route 66, the fake sun doesn't cross over this property. It remains directly over me in doing so. This is the pattern of conduct that is underway at what is a state facilitating venue. Demonic activity is underway at what is a state facilitating venue, which is terrorism, at the Ontario International Airport. License 8MBC004. And by 3 hours earlier, I'm referencing what I documented on March 22nd and March 21st, if I recollect correctly, when I documented the Ontario Airport. It is currently 10:04 p.m. at Terminal 4, 93855W1 Bell Cab, 1655 OG4 Bell Cab, 8FRC 880, and it's 10:05 p.m. Alright, 7GVE 583. Again, this is at Terminal 4. HALKEL.
10:06 p.m. 6XYN 176. 8AGX 748. 0118OY1. That's Ayers Hotel or Ayers Hotel. AYERS, I believe. It's one of the hotel shuttles they're monitoring. 8WIU404N. Anyone on that shuttle who they're shuttling is monitoring. And they're all demons as well. All of that is relevant. It's 10:08 p.m. It's spelled AYRES. 8VQS 553. Fox Rent-A-Car crossing path. All right, the entity is creating light activity at S.I.I.S. That's at Holt and Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, and molestation at what is 1850 Holt Boulevard. This is the Circle K. Minions in relevant position and molesting with directed light at this venue. It's currently 10:11 p.m. 7 CTC 321. 6 LOA 687. 6A30365. 6RYT552. 8RQP108. 8B80884.
Ontario Civic Centre Transfer Station, connecting to LORRAINE 61 and 83. Use rear doors.
6JOD 686. 10:17 p.m. arriving at Limited Hall Boulevard in Ontario. Alrighty, and again, this is bus number 1332, license 1404990, driven by employee number 3528. And this is a male. I don't ethnicity, perhaps Caucasian. It could be Latino. But particularly fair-skinned male, and this is the third party. Again, this is harassment by an entity that is hostile. That was nothing but plain hostility by an entity that's witnessing me document the hell out of it. It's true, honestly. While I am also wanting to interrupt, be a distraction from my podcast as I'm going through analysis. It is the pattern of conduct, though. It's ceaselessly underway. It's the same thing with the entity that was flying over me by helicopter. That's exactly what the entity was doing by helicopter. 8RKK274. Hold on, let me get this minion. He's over here to molest. This is license plate. 62284G3. That's a sex offender that's tracking my steps. They already know where I'm at. They arrive at intersections to engage in presence, manifesting light, touching with light. That's a sex offender. At Transit and at Lemon and Holt, where I just got off the bus in order to touch. It's 10:18 p.m. This is P.O.C. (7RZU821). Again, that's 7RZU821. Third party facilitating video, Grupo Guadalupano. These demons are manifesting light, touching me with light while I am at the Lemon and Hull intersection. That's impossible light activity. That's a sex offender that is touching a demon that's doing that. And again, this is where they're holding supposedly AA meetings. These are demons that are monitoring and stalking in the path, and the entity is following from place to place via helicopter. Okay, so I just want to include this also. 10:21 p.m. 7 LUX 714. 7 LUX 714. Yeah, 8 PID 176. And I took a picture of what is impossible light. I'm standing at the intersection of Women and the Grupo Guadalupano. Let me take a picture of this. Grupo Guadalupano, and you have what is
light that's appearing on the sidewalk. Their headlights are not this is what I'm saying, like, ridiculous. This is a stalker, 8 CCE 698, and that's a sex offender, and what is also a psychopath, engaging in that conduct, and then they're just supposed to be acting like they're just doing something, something else. These minions are in what is directed light. That audible activity of the train is while I'm being molested. This sex offender is remaining at what is Grupo Guadalupano while the entity is sounding train activity. Again, this demon that was molesting specifically, but they're all doing it together. This one is 8 CCE 698. 8 CCE 698. Molesting. That's a sex offender, and I will prosecute that one. But you're talking about that's conduct on behalf of the people. All right, on behalf of the state, vicariously. All right, it is currently 10:23 p.m. It's P.O.C. And I also took pictures of what is indeed demons who are indeed stalking and who are indeed sex offenders. That's why I have a shadow beside me, a shadow in front of me, while they are while I'm on the sidewalk at the museum, and they're in front of Grupo Guadalupano. Okay, and there are also demons who knew exactly where I'm at. They were sitting up in there, engaging in their little futile AA meetings. And it's futile because they're demons. You're talking about what's going to continue with an alcohol issue. All right. So while you're stalking, okay, and waiting for me to walk so that you can touch with light, waiting for me to be in line while you're stalking in the path. Stalking with the entity that's over flying by helicopter is 8 PEK 065, and the same demon possession of those who I just documented. All right. This is a demon that's manifesting lights, not headlights that are moving across the asphalt while that demon is stalking over here at Lemon and Halt. All right, this is what they're doing at nightfall. It's the directed light that I'm showing you during the day beside the bus today. That's touching me while I'm showing my shadow on the side of the wall on the inside of the bus. While the fake sun is supposedly on the same side directly above me. These are demons that are manifesting light, and you being ignorant of your environment, not knowing that, you're assuming it's headlights. Okay? They're not headlights. They're demons that are stalking, following me everywhere I go, including by helicopter right now still, and manifesting light while they're driving all around me. It's currently 10:24 p.m., and that's the psychopath stalking conduct by the people of the state. And that's the prosecution of the people of the state as well. It's 10:24 p.m. This is P.O.C.